work ahead, we must be guided by the philosophy that made our nation great. As Americans, we believe in the power of individuals to determine their destiny and shape the course of history. We believe that the most reliable guide for our country is the collective wisdom of ordinary citizens. And so in all we do, we must trust in the ability of free peoples to make wise decisions and empower them to improve their lives for their futures.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the George W. Bush Presidential Center, Ken Hirsch.
Good morning. Freedom, opportunity, accountability, and compassion. Those are the foundational values that form the basis of the work of President and Mrs. Bush, and those are the values that bleed into everything we do here. Today, we find ourselves in a two-front war. We have dangerous external adversaries at a time when those inside our country begin to doubt the benefits of our own leadership and the integrity of the very institutions that are designed to support our democracy here at home. Why is our global leadership important first? We know that we lead with good intentions to support freedom and protect those who are being oppressed. We seek to open economic pathways so that others can be prosperous. And it serves our national interests. 9/11 taught us that what happens over there matters here. It's now clear that when we retreat, voids are filled by revisionist powers who believe in division instead of unity, war crimes instead of humanity, debt instead of support, control instead of freedom. But global leadership abroad requires that we have our act together here at home. This is the two-front war. We cannot win the global fight for freedom, prosperity, civility, and good governance if our leaders at home are practicing incivility, pettiness, tolerance of frauds, lack of accountability, and other disgraces. How bad is it? According to a December 22 Rasmussen poll, when asked an open-ended question, who is America's biggest enemy? China and Russia were named first and second at 25% and 20% respectively. But 22% of Americans said that the Democrats were America's biggest enemy, and 17% said Republicans were. That's nearly 4 in 10 Americans who said their political rivals were our biggest enemy. North Korea and Iran brought up the rear at 5% and 2% each. Simply put, our domestic political division rivals our greatest external threats today. But this survey did not say, my fellow Americans were my biggest enemy. Rather, it named the two political parties that have each been co-opted by more radical fringes. The fringes have maneuvered themselves into powerful positions, pulling each side's center of gravity farther to the extreme, casting doubt as to whether our governing bodies would be able to rise to the occasion in an emergency. Congress sports a 7% approval rating today, according to a recent Gallup poll. That would be unacceptable in any other line of work. Yet it persists. Now, Congress shouldn't feel lucky. The criminal justice system supports a 14% approval rate, and the Supreme Court and the presidency come in around 25% each. Sadly, this means that trust has been lost in our institutional leadership. I worry about what will happen when we need these institutions in a crisis. Will our leadership act responsibly and put partisan division aside to act in the best interests of the American people? Clearly, most Americans think that that will not be the case. Why has this trust been lost, and where do we go to fix it? I have a simple place to look for the answer: the mirror. Our system is a system of self-governance. The Declaration of Independence proclaimed that governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And our Constitution codified it. The disconnect lies between our leadership and ourselves. I believe we have much more in common than divides us, but it serves our political leaders well to create division, create enemies, and perpetuate the winner-take-all mentality. George Washington warned that the people must remain ever vigilant against tyrants masquerading as public servants. Today's program is entitled Answering the Call, and it comes at a critical time when we need to ask ourselves, what will it take for us to get off the couch? Ancient Greek statesman Pericles noted as early as 430 BC that just because you do not take an interest in politics doesn't mean politics won't take an interest in you. It was still true in 1866 when Mark Twain put it more succinctly, no man's life, liberty, or property is safe while the legislature is in session. But the contemporary philosopher P.J. O'Rourke described it better when he said that giving money and power to government is like giving whiskey and car keys to teenage boys. If we are not part of the solution, we are part of the problem. And the old adage, we get the government we deserve, has never been more appropriate. President Bush put the onus on us in his 2006 State of the Union address when he admitted that our democracy is not perfect, but he affirmed that it is the best system of government ever devised by man, and we must work to perfect it. He would say it's about being a citizen, not a spectator. Martin Luther King gave it a deadline when he said the ultimate measure of man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. Today, we are at a time of challenge and controversy. We must work not only to restore trust in our institutions, but more importantly, we must work to strengthen our institutions so that they are worthy of that trust. And basic to that task is embracing principled leadership, like we do here at the Bush Center. Leaders with character will inspire such trust. Leaders who articulate and live by a core set of principles are essential. For without a set of governing principles are little more than a mood ring on the hand of the American people. Ultimately, a thriving democracy requires leaders who serve the public and who possess the moral courage and strength to do so with honor and integrity. Alexis de Tocqueville is credited with saying that America is great because it is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, America will cease to be great. And we are a place that welcomes it all and are tolerant, and so many can coexist in this country and thrive. Or as writer John Burton Brymer observed, America is the only place where Jewish merchants can sell Zen love beads to agnostics for Christmas. Our job as Americans is to insist that our leaders favor tolerance instead of discrimination, unity instead of division, accountability instead of deception, decency instead of corruption, give instead of take. The Bush Center is a place where civility is recognized as a norm, and that matters. And we're proud to be in our 10th year and celebrating our anniversary this month of being a steward for those values. That's why we created this Forum on Leadership, an annual event where we bring the Bush Center to the world and the world to the Bush Center to celebrate leadership as well as execute our mission of combining policy solutions and public engagement to ensure opportunity for all, strengthen democracy, and advance free societies. Today, we will look at the state of the American dream as well as the future of American capitalism. We'll hear from an effective governor in a purple state who is leading change with a positive, optimistic message. We will recognize with our own Bush Institute citation the leadership of an ordinary citizen bringing attention to the issue of literacy and the impact that that has on our democracy. And during our Studio 43 sessions after lunch, our goal is to present topics that will make you think. And we will explore the existential questions of man versus the machine and how technology is impacting basic human connections. And finally, we'll have a special treat to end the day that you'll hear more about later. As only a presidential center can do, I am honored and humbled to be a part of this fantastic team and welcome you here today. It's now my honor to introduce Dr. Cullum Clark, the director of the Bush Institute SMU Economic Growth Initiative and one of the nation's leading voices on opportunity and economic policy. Please join me in welcoming Cullum Clark.
Thanks, Ken. Good morning, everyone. Here at the Bush Institute, one of the core pillars of our work is the goal of ensuring good economic opportunity for all Americans. Like everything we do here, our work on this topic is rooted in our values, informed by data, and focused on what works. We know that the answer can't be heavy-handed government interventions targeting equal outcomes on every imaginable measure, because that would undermine the very economic freedom upon which our prosperity and opportunity depend. But the answer also can't be complacency or indifference, not when so many federal, state, and local policies stand in the way of opportunity for so many Americans. The answer, we believe, is engraved in our wall. Maybe you saw it on the way in. President Bush's line in particular: we believe in private markets humanized by compassionate government. At the Bush Institute, we've been busy the last several years building out and advocating for a pro-opportunity policy agenda aimed at creating conditions in which as many Americans as possible can flourish in the 21st century economy. Now, this includes strong curriculum, leadership, and accountability in schools, pro-growth trade policy, immigration reform that honors our nation's values and advances the economic interests, economic well-being, I should say, of all Americans. Good opportunities for post-9/11 veterans to whom we owe so much. My own work on building high-opportunity cities, towns, regions, and neighborhoods through pro-growth policy targeting job creation, entrepreneurship, and innovation. And a relatively new work stream on career pathways into large, high-demand occupations that we're not doing a very good job filling in America today, but if we did, it would create great opportunity for millions of Americans. I'm proud to be a part of this work, and I thank each of you for helping to make it possible. It's now my pleasure to introduce the Kimball Johnson, Director of Education and Opportunity at the Bush Institute, and my good friend, Ann Wicks.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you all. Our first panel today is going to grapple with the question, is the American dream at risk? I thought it might be useful to define the American dream before we get started. So I went to Google, the great arbiter of truth, to get some answers. And here's the ideas that I got. So the American dream is this idea that all Americans have access to opportunity. Upward mobility is possible. Hard work is rewarded. There can be a chicken in every pot. But if you look at the headlines today, sometimes it can seem like the American dream is a little bit more of a myth than reality. People struggle to save, struggle to pay down debt, buy a home, all those things that we hear about. At the same time, we know that millions of people around this world are trying to come to this country for their shot at the American dream, their shot at opportunity. And that's a good thing. And we know that our economy is still growing despite the disruptions of the pandemic. One of the best ways we can get people ready for the American dream is through education. We can prepare them for good jobs. We recently took a look at this in Texas, and I'll tell you 3 facts about what we found that might be interesting. First, by 2036, we expect that 70% of all jobs here in Texas will require some sort of credential or degree beyond a high school diploma. We also know that right now only 22% of 8th graders actually go on to get that credential or degree. That's a huge gap, only 22% of 8th graders. Texas is booming. There's lots of jobs here. We all know that. That's great. People are moving here from around the country. So your fact number 3 is that the folks who move here to Texas tend to hold bachelor's degrees at a rate of 2 times that of Texas's native workforce. So it's great that we have a booming state. Perhaps not so great that we have young people growing up who may not be ready to access that opportunity. Their American dream may be at risk. So today I have 2 great experts here to help us dive into this question. First is Senator Rob Portman. He recently left the Senate representing the great state of Ohio. He's a Midwesterner, a small business owner. He's an expert on trade. He served as the U.S. trade representative in President Bush's administration, among other things. And one of my favorite facts about him is 220 of his bills were signed into law under 3 presidents, Obama, Trump, and Biden. So I think that tells you a lot about his pragmatic problem solving. He's currently a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Our second expert today is Dr. Nick Eberstadt. He's also with AEI. He holds the Henry Wendt Chair in Political Economy. He's an economist there. He studies poverty and well-being in Asia and here domestically. And you all get to leave today with one of his books, his recent book called Men Without Work. I told him he was one of my favorite economists. He said that's probably a short list, but he really is. So his book is a really accessible study about what's happening for men right now in the workforce, so I think you'll enjoy it. So that's your homework when you leave today, is to read Nick's book. Please join me in welcoming Senator Rob Portman and Dr. Nick Eberstadt to the stage.
Thank you, Ann. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I didn't just look at Google. I actually did some research preparing for this panel. And I looked into the President Bush archives, which is kind of fun. So 20 years ago this month in Ohio, then candidate George W. Bush for president was giving a speech on the American dream and American prosperity. So it touched on several elements: education, jobs, homeownership, wealth creation. I'm going to read you a quote from that speech, which I'm a little bit of a Pollyanna. I love this quote. "In our society, it is easy to be secluded in success, in gated communities and separate schools. Yet our growing nation must not grow apart. Since Lincoln, our national task has been to build a single nation, to cross boundaries of class, of race, and region. We have accepted a moral obligation to bring every American into the mainstream of opportunity, because no one is a stranger, because everyone is a neighbor, and a citizen and a child of God." And I think, that's why he got elected president, right? How great is that? So a lot have changed in the 23 years since he gave that talk in Ohio, in your home state. But I think some of those ideals remain. So Senator, I'd like to start with you. What's your take on the state of the American dream right now? What do you see in Ohio? What did you see in the Senate? Tell us your perspective.
Well, thank you, Ann. I wish I could take credit for writing that speech. But I think it was Josh Bolton, actually. First of all, thank you for what you do here at the Bush Center and the Institute, and keeping the legacy alive, talking about the legacy as we did last night, and I know you're going to again today. But more important to me is applying that legacy to our current problems, and particularly the compassionate conservative approach, which I'll use, I'm proud of that, to the very real problems that we face today. So you mentioned earlier the fact that some question the American dream. Michael Strain wrote a book about this, who's our AEI colleague, so I have to talk about his book, 1-800, no. And the title of the book is The American Dream is Not Dead. And he says that those who use this on the campaign trail, some politicians might have been guilty of that, maybe even me at times, which is being too negative about what's going on in our economy for political purposes, has distorted the fact that, in fact, real wages are up, that over time, we're all doing better. We're doing better than our parents. Our kids are doing better than us. And the facts are really irrefutable. If you look from World War II until now, that's certainly true. But what I think George W. Bush understood, and what we face today, is that although the rising tide lifts all boats, and certainly the tax reform and tax cuts in 2001 is an example of that, not everybody's on the boat.
Right.
And so we do have a challenge. We heard from Florencia last night. Some of you were there at the dinner, and she told an amazing story of her family coming from Mexico, her dad without an education at all, coming to America because he believed this was a land of opportunity. And every day people vote with their feet, only a few hundred miles south of here, and come across our border because they believe the American dream is very much alive. But Florencia also has an organization, El Concilio, where they deal with the fact that not everybody is accessing the American dream, and that's a reality. So if you look at the data, before the pandemic, we thought we had a relatively high number of people who were in the shadows, not working, on the sidelines, the so-called labor force participation rate, as economists call it. It's worse now.
Right.
Post-pandemic, 3.5% unemployment. If you want to get a job, you can probably get one because the labor market is very tight. But the reality is still there are so many people who aren't even looking for work. Nick will talk about it in more detail, I know, but his number, I think, is 7 million men in their prime working age, between 25 and 54, are not working or looking for work. So what's going on here? And again, I think George W. Bush was ahead of his time in looking at some of these issues. The Second Chance Act, as an example, he promoted. We have so many thousands of people getting out of the prison system every year. You know, 98% of those in the system are going to get out, and they don't have the job skills and don't have the ability to deal with their mental health or opioid addiction or other issues to be able to access that American dream. So that's a big issue. The opioid issue, during the Bush administration, It was just sort of coming on as the drug issue, but that has clearly changed our workforce. And 100,000 people a year dying of overdoses is tragic, heartbreaking. But the larger number is those who are addicted and unable to access that American dream. The skills gap, again, George W. Bush talked a lot about this at the time. It's even worse now. And we heard about this just a moment ago when your colleague was talking about the fact that there are so many jobs that are not being filled. So these middle skills jobs, as an example, in Texas and Ohio and around the country, people don't have the skills to access them. So our education system is failing us. And I do believe we've focused too much on the four-year system. I think we need to focus more on those industry-recognized certificates. It gets a person a job as a welder or as a technician in a hospital or as a coder in the IT section or driving a truck. These are the jobs that we desperately need and we're not filling. And so there's a skills gap that creates part of the problem that we have in our society today of people not accessing that American dream and not getting the dignity and self-respect that comes from work. So yeah, the American dream is alive in a macro sense, very much so. It has to be so, or we wouldn't see everybody wanting to come to our great country, and we wouldn't see the facts out there in terms of that people are doing better than their parents, and we're creating opportunity. But there are people being left behind, and that's the question is, can a compassionate conservative government deal with that issue and deal with it effectively? Yes,
yeah, exactly. Well, all right, Nick, let's talk about some of those trends around workforce. You've studied this extensively, what this looks like in America. What do you see in the data? Are some areas of the country doing better? What are the big trends that you're seeing, and who's in our workforce right now?
Well, thank you all for inviting me here. It's a real honor and a privilege. There are a lot of problems in the United States that are out there and are hiding in plain sight. And it's almost amazing to think that we've got this peacetime labor shortage with almost 10 million jobs that are unfilled, at the same time that we've got millions and millions of working-age men and women sitting on the sidelines still. You take a look at what's happened with prime-age American men, guys 25 to 54. For the entirety of our century, for the 21st century, their work rate is lower than it was at the end of the Great Depression in 1940. So we actually have sort of a depression scale problem with work for guys in the United States. And since
Wait, that is extraordinary. So I just want to pause on that. So right now, the rate of men working in this country matches that, is less than that of what it looked like at the end of the Depression.
Last month in the jobs report, it got back up to where we were in 1940 when the national unemployment rate was 14%, but I don't think that's much to write home about.
Right.
And part of the reason we don't pay attention to it, I think as Senator Portman was saying, is that the unemployment rate looks pretty good.
Yeah.
But we've got a employment statistics system that was built to fight the last war, which was the Great Depression. And for every guy who's out of work looking for a job, there are 4 guys who are neither working nor looking for work. So if you're looking just at the unemployment rate, you're missing 4/5 of the problem. Since the pandemic, there's also a sort of a new face to the flight from work. We're about 4 million below pre-pandemic trend in terms of people in the workforce today. And a lot of that is older Americans, people 55 plus, men and women. They were the real bright spot in the labor tableau in the decades leading up to the pandemic because their rates were going up. When you talk about the country as a whole, there are huge variations, as you indicated. There are absolutely huge variations in workforce participation. And we miss these sometimes. I mean, nerds like me miss these sometimes because we look at these national figures, and if you just look at the national figures, they're averages. They don't tell you about these differences. About 3/4 of the differences in workforce participation between localities in America are within states. It's not like Appalachia or the Old South or the Rust Belt. These are things that are happening within given states. And forgive me, I'm an outsider. It's kind of obvious. I'm not a Texan, but there's a town here called Nacogdoches.
Yep.
And there's another town called Texarkana. And
You're 2 for 2. Good job.
Okay, I'm on a roll.
The hardest part of the panel is over.
Okay. And so there's a gap in the workforce participation between these two localities of almost 15 percentage points. It's gigantic. Now, I can't tell you why that's the case, but that's a kind of an invitation for everybody to go out and talk more to Americans and to kind of like learn what's going on in our country.
Yes, absolutely. Cullum, who you all heard from, studies that exactly in cities and regions. We might have to take a road trip down to Nacogdoches and try to figure this out. Senator, I want to come back to you to talk. You were talking a little bit about the skills gap and the creating better pathways into employment. And we are seeing lots change in how you're ready for a good job. When the stat I referenced at the front, it's not a 4-year degree that's required, but something beyond high school. You have to have some certificate, could be a 2-year degree, something that gives you a little extra training. And we know that field is changing rapidly. Tell us a little bit about what policies or practices you're most excited about. I know you co-founded in the Senate the Career and Technical Ed Caucus. You've thought a lot about this issue, so tell us what you're paying attention to.
Well, I think there's a really exciting opportunity, and it's going to require kind of a paradigm shift. We've got to think more about the skills and less about education, broadly speaking. So I'll give you an example. The Pell Grant is highly popular, and it's extraordinary. It's helped so many people to be able to access their American dream. However, it's hard to say that it's particularly successful in the 4-year context when most people, as I understand it, based on most recent data, who have a Pell Grant don't end up getting a degree.
Right.
On the other hand, you can't use a Pell Grant to get a industry-recognized certificate in something like the fields I talked about earlier, welding or hospital tech or the coding or the truck driver. So there are people who literally make a decision to go to a 2-year or 4-year college because they can get Pell because their family income is low enough they can qualify for it, when they really would be better off getting a certificate that was industry recognized and then getting a job. Many of those individuals who end up not getting the degree at the end of the day, even though they have Pell, do take on debt because there's lots of other debt, their housing costs and so on. And how sad that here you are leaving the higher education system, without the skills necessary to get the job. And so many of these people are underemployed. So the alternative that I think we ought to be looking at as a country is to say, as an example, Pell is just one example, let's let Pell be used for these shorter-term training programs, specifically less than 15 weeks, which is the current requirement. This would be a sea change. I was at a career and technical school in Ohio a couple years ago talking to the students in a welding class.
Yeah.
And there was one woman in the welding class, one girl, and she was, as you can imagine, she was tough and independent-minded, and we were talking about what she wanted to do. She says, I want to be an underwater welder. Like, this is the master welder, So here she is in the welding class with all these guys. I said, well, what are you going to do next year? She was a senior. She said, I'm going to go to the local college. I said, well, what are you going to study? She said, I'm not sure, but I got a Pell to be able to go to college. I said, what would you prefer to do? She said, I'd like to go to an underwater welding course, but I can't afford it. I mean, if you go to these high schools around America, or certainly it's true in Ohio, and you ask for a show of hands, how many of you have a driver's license these days? And a lot of kids don't have a driver's license. They can't afford to get a driver's license. They certainly can't afford to go to a welding class or the coding class. So why should Pell not be used for that as well? I'm not saying we should take Pell away from higher ed.
Right.
I think SMU would not be happy about that. But I am saying that
I think Dr. Turner is here, the president, so he'll probably.
Yeah, I'm sure you agree with that. But I think he would also agree that it's quite likely that these individuals who get that certificate, get this recognition that industry wants, and get that job, one, are going to be very helpful to our economy because of the skills gap we talked about. But second, many of those young people will end up going to college. And by the way, their employer will pay for it. And this happens in Ohio all the time. There are plenty of factories in Ohio that would love to get these students, when they're 19 years old, maybe 18 years old, they'll be making, by the way, 60 grand a year plus, and they'll have opportunities that their high school classmates don't have, and that's why I always encourage them to go back and talk to their high school after they get these jobs. But then eventually that employer is happy to send them on to school, and there's one individual, one young man I got to know through a career and tech program in the Cincinnati area. He's now getting his master's degree in engineering because, but he got started the first few years with this. So I think there needs to be a paradigm shift, and this Pell program is one idea. It's called the Jobs Act.
Right.
I've been trying unsuccessfully to get it passed the last few years. It's bipartisan. And my hope is that as the Bush Center has taken on so many great issues, you all consider to continue to focus on this issue, because I do think, housed here at SMU and with the strong support we all have for higher ed, there's also a different path that for many Americans is far more effective for their accessing the American dream.
Yeah. Yes, but you think about if the goal of Pell is to help catapult people into opportunity, then we should let it do its job, right? If that's going to help fund people to training.
Absolutely.
All right, Nick, then you've studied this quite extensively, something else around higher ed attainment. You wrote an article that I printed out and carried around. This is why I said you're my favorite economist, right? Around the role that higher ed attainment plays in our sort of American prosperity historically and what's happening globally. I thought it was fascinating. Could you share a little bit of that with this group about what's happening with higher ed attainment and its connection to our economic prosperity here in America?
Well, from the end of the Civil War until just a little while ago, the U.S. was #1 in education. We had more years of schooling, better schooling, I think, as well. And our educational attainment was growing faster than anywhere else in the world, even though we were #1. And that was a big part of America's global lead and a big part of the foundation for our national prosperity. But again, hiding in plain sight, something has happened. And over the last couple of decades, we've gone on to this new path where our improvements in educational attainment nationally are only about 1/3 as fast as they were before. Now, we know that it's not because we've hit this insurmountable ceiling, because there are some countries in Asia and some countries in Europe that are overtaking us on this. Education really matters. I don't think I really need to convince anybody of that. It's integral to our prosperity. I don't think that it's a coincidence that U.S. growth has slowed down so much in the 21st century at the very same time that our educational attainment is slowing down. Per capita growth has been about half as fast in the 21st century as in the previous half century. Slower educational improvement, slower skills improvement means bigger income gaps, bigger wealth gaps, other sorts of divisions, I think, as well in the United States. We should look at this as a national security problem, not just a social problem for the U.S. And we need a lot more educators and economists and policymakers and researchers to kind of understand why this has been happening so we can revitalize the situation.
It takes me back to the guys you were talking about who are sitting on the sidelines for work. Any theories about, like, what are those dudes doing? Like, what's going on?
The guys sitting on the sidelines?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we know what they tell us they're doing. Now, we know everybody lies in surveys, but we know what they tell us.
Not our polling data that we put out as high.
But it's,
yeah.
They say that they more or less self-report that they've dropped out of society, that they don't do much civil society, they don't do much worship or volunteering or charitable work. They would seem to have a lot of time on their hands, but they don't say that they're doing very much to help out with other people at home or with chores around the house. What they say they're doing is watching. 2,000 hours a year watching screens. We don't know what they're watching. And before the pandemic, in one of these surveys, people were asked, do you take pain medication? About half of these dropout guys, going to call them dropout guys, said that they were taking pain stuff every day. And that's a pretty dismal, disturbing tableau, not just, playing World of Warcraft, but playing World of Warcraft stoned. That's not the skill basis that you need for getting back into the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say on that one, and we have an epidemic in this country, obviously, of drug abuse and drug addiction, and it's a disease. And again, we need a paradigm shift here to view it that way. So many of those individuals may have started on opioids because of the pain medication they became addicted to, because they had an accident or an injury, and they're now not just out of the workforce, but they're out of their families' lives for the most part. In fact, many of those families, are breaking up because of it. It's just a horrible disease. Many of you, I'm sure, have friends or family who have experienced this. The question is, how do we get those people into treatment?
Right.
And into longer-term recovery and get them back on their feet? And obviously, locking people up for drug offenses doesn't help. They get out of prison, they still have the same addiction, and it has not been treated. So I think this is a reason, again, for the good of our economy, for the good of our competitiveness, and certainly for the good of these individuals achieving, as George W. Bush used to say, their God-given potential in life. We need to focus more on that. And to its credit, Congress and administrations have done that more over the years. We're now spending more money on treatment and recovery at the federal level. And in states like Texas, there are some very interesting local community efforts that are helping. Prevention still is the most effective, because keeping people from getting into the funnel of addiction in the first place, obviously, is the preferred way to go. But this should take it should be a national priority. And my concern is we're almost getting so used to this issue that we're overlooking it. And coming out of the pandemic, I thought we would get back focused on this issue more for all the good reasons that we've talked about, thinking that certainly during the pandemic it was hard because you had an epidemic under a pandemic and the pandemic was so overwhelming. But I don't see it happening, and it concerns me. So many of you in this room are already involved in this issue. If you're not, check out what's happening locally. What's the local prevention coalition doing, or what can you do to help? The people that are most desperate, by the way, to find a solution here are those that are applying Narcan, our first responders, on a daily basis and dealing with these overdoses, and the same person is back again a few days later and applying Narcan again. I mean, Narcan is necessary to save lives. It really is. But it's not the solution. The solution is to get that person into treatment, longer-term recovery, get that person back with his or her family, back with a job, back being a productive citizen. So it's a huge number of people. There are different data points out there, but again, 100,000 people dying of overdoses every year. Think of the hundreds of millions of people who are afflicted with this disease and are not able to function.
Yeah. I just saw in Dallas, here in the Metroplex, there's a number of schools, a number of school districts who have Narcan on all their campuses. So if that doesn't give you kind of a shock wake up about what's happening, and it's not just other people somewhere, it's here.
Yeah.
I want to talk about a couple other elements that create the American dream. And so, Nick, I'll turn it back to you. One of the things that is a big deal here is wealth building, ability to sort of create some capital for your family over time. How are average American households doing right now? What do you see when you disaggregate that data? What does it look like?
Well, there's never been a country in the world that's generated as much wealth as the United States today. I mean, our wealth engine is a marvel to behold. But again, there are things that are hiding in plain sight that are outside of the spotlight. If you look at net worth for the lower 50% of American homes, on the eve of the pandemic, the inflation-adjusted net worth of those homes was no higher than it had been when the Berlin Wall came down. So you couldn't blame some people for asking who won the Cold War when they saw these sorts of trends. It's a little bit different now, but a lot of the improvement since 2019 has been in what you might call wealth effects or transfers from our pandemic policies, and I don't know if those will last for these many families. If you scratch at this, one of the things that you see is that there's a disadvantaged group in the United States that we don't usually talk about, and they're called renters. About 3 in 8 American homes are renter households. And the midpoint for their net worth, if you believe the Census Bureau numbers on this, right before the pandemic was about $4,000. That's not a lot of net worth. We've got a lot of work to do in the United States in encouraging financial literacy. I think individual responsibility and financial literacy can go a long way in improving people's savings habits and spending habits so they can build the wealth that they will need, whether they're homeowners or home renters. But we have a lot more to do in looking at and understanding what's been going on with savings and assets for Americans as a whole.
Any ideas? Yeah, what do you think about that?
One of the parts of this puzzle is retirement.
Yeah.
And Nick is absolutely right. I mean, to encourage people through financial literacy to be able to save more, get equity in their home, I mean, all that's important. But there's another crisis that is upon us, which is my generation, the baby boom generation, not having saved for retirement. Only about 50% of baby boomers are ready for retirement by any measure. And that would be that, maybe 60% of their take-home pay in retirement. So what's going to happen? Well, people are living longer and healthier lives. And at the same time, they aren't saving adequately for their retirement. So one of the things that needs to happen, I think, in terms of our economic system, where we have Social Security as that important safety net, is we got to build that private savings more. Yeah. And the biggest problem is among small businesses. So larger businesses, those of you who work for a larger business and you have a healthy 401k plan where your employer is providing a match, you're very fortunate. If you're working for a small business, because of the cost of those plans and complexity, you're unlikely to have access to a plan. Only about 22% of workers in small businesses have access to that kind of a plan. So they may have an IRA, and that's great, and that's wonderful. People are encouraged to do it, but much more effective is to have a system where your paycheck gets a deduction every couple weeks, and the employer matches it, and lo and behold, you find yourself suddenly, at age 40 or 50 with a nice nest egg. And I grew up in a family business like that. We passed several pieces of legislation like that. George W. Bush administration supported that in the 2001 tax cut. In fact, was the first part of it that became permanent, was expanding retirement savings, increasing the limits. We need to do much more, and the specific issue of small business needs to be addressed more because that's the heart and soul of our economy, but that's where the biggest problem is in terms of having that retirement savings. That wealth generation is something that is particularly needed right now. Social Security, again, incredibly important safety net. We've got to be sure it stays healthy, but it's heading toward insolvency. And this brings up a whole other issue, which is the entitlement issue and why neither party will talk about it. Because as you know, by 2034, based on the most recent actuary's estimate, there would have to be about a 24% cut in Social Security benefits under current law because it's simply not sustainable. So all the more reason for us, one, to shore up Social Security, but second, to have this so-called third leg of retirement, this private savings incentive out there, and particularly among small businesses.
Do you think? Please go ahead.
One of my favorite economists is Secretary Lawrence Summers, and something tells me that he may actually be here.
Yes,
I hope that maybe later on Larry will have a thing or two to say about this to help us understand about this wealth gap problem.
Yeah, and no offense, Secretary Summers, that I said. Dr. Eberstadt was my favorite economist. Golly, now I'm feeling it.
One Republican, one Democrat, you could kind of...
I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. All right. Senator, let's, you know a lot about trade and fair trade. Why don't you tell us, sometimes people don't think, trade can kind of feel like this weird amorphous thing sometimes for folks, like why should we really care about it? What does it matter? How does it impact those good jobs we were talking about that can be catapults to the American dream for people? So what should we pay attention to when it comes to trade? What are you thinking about right now?
Well, it's a complicated area, and it's rife with political controversy. But three things I'd say. One, trade jobs are good jobs. They pay on average 16% more than other jobs. And so we want to be an exporter. Obviously, it's good for us with 5% of the world's population and about 25% of the world's economy to export more products. It creates jobs here in America. So we start with that. Second is when we do a free trade agreement, which George W. Bush was instrumental in promoting free trade. He was a true free trader in the sense that he believed that you could knock down barriers overseas that was good for our workers and our farmers. And it works. We have a trade agreement, a so-called free trade agreement, FTA, with only about 11% of the world. You think of it, we don't have a trade agreement with China. We don't have a trade agreement with Japan, for that matter, or with the EU. Where we do have a trade agreement with a country, we send 50% of our exports there. So half of our exports go to about 10% of the world where we have a trade agreement. So for those who are against trade, I think you have to face these facts. The third thing I will say is that trade needs to be balanced. Mm-hmm. And I use the word balanced on purpose because fair trade and free trade have gotten to be kind of political terms and they sort of mean the extremes. It should be balanced in the sense that other countries ought to play by the rules. And coming from Ohio, I can tell you we've got a lot of manufacturing and countries not having played by the rules has been harmful.
Right.
And economists will, including Michael Strain in his book that I mentioned earlier, will talk about how trade has been beneficial to our economy. Yes, but in pockets, it's actually quite damaging if you don't require other countries to play by the rules. What does that mean? It means they can't subsidize their products, they can't dump their products, it means selling them below their cost. And this is part of our trade laws, but they need to be tightened up, and we've done some of that recently. As an example, countries shift their production from one country, their country, where they have a trade remedy in place, to another country, so transship it in order to get around our rules. And that hurts American workers, as an example, steel workers, auto workers, others. So I think as the Bush Center, you all continue to promote trade, and that's good. And I think that you have the right approach, which is trade is good. We need to understand how it benefits American workers, American farmers, and make that point repeatedly. But also, it needs to be balanced. It needs to be something where people are told there's going to be a level playing field. And over time, there has not been. And this is one reason you see the rise of China and their economy, because they have not played by the rules. And I think there's a lot of reason for us to be concerned about where the world's headed right now. You see more protectionism in response to countries not playing by the rules, and people say, well, that's bad. But the answer to me is, let's have an international system where we agree among ourselves through the WTO and other entities like the EU and the United States to insist on a level playing field.
Yeah. Nick, anything to add on trade?
I guess I'd mention something about the flows of people to the United States as well. I guess that's not trade, but about immigration. I think that for hundreds of years, immigrants have made wonderful Americans, and it's been part of the magic of our system has been the new Americans who have continued our tradition and pulled forward our dream. We have a problem right now in the U.S., a couple of 100 miles from here along the border, that is, to me, unfathomable, seemingly almost deliberate problem, this crisis on our border. I worry about it as a domestic problem. I worry about it as a national security problem, and as a proponent of legal migration to the United States, I worry that this may turn the public mood against migration overall. And if we go back to a situation like we had from from the end of World War II until the middle of the 1960s. I think that will be a sort of a lose-lose situation for the American dream.
Yes, my colleague Laura Collins, who's our immigration expert, always talks about the economic impact that immigrants have had in this country over time and have created jobs, filled jobs, and how important getting our immigration system right from an economic standpoint really is.
On that point, as it relates to the American dream, you and Nick are absolutely right, and it's been shown that legal immigration does help our economy in so many ways, including the entrepreneurs who create jobs here, but also just the workforce needs that we have right now. Legal immigration ought to be encouraged, and we have less legal immigration and more illegal immigration. The border is a disaster, not just in terms of people, but in terms of the fentanyl, the trafficking that's going on is just heartbreaking. I mean, I just can't believe we as a country cannot get our act together to actually enforce our laws and to close the back door and open the front door a little more to let more people in legally, because we need those citizens. But I was going to comment on my experience day before yesterday. I was out on the West Coast and at a major university, not nearly as important as SMU, but called Stanford or something like that. But anyway, they were, I spoke
heard
to
it used to be good.
It used to be good. I spoke to a class, careful, and
I'm a Stanford grad, I can say that.
Okay. Yeah, when you were there, it was great.
It was great.
But there were like 90 kids in this class, and 30% of them were foreign students. It was a graduate school class, and we got into this issue. And we hear this notion that we should, for people graduating the STEM disciplines, we should staple a green card onto the diploma, and we think about that, and that seems to make sense. Boy, when you hear these young people talk, I mean, it absolutely is critical that we do it quickly. I mean, they want to stay here. Kids from India, kids from China, kids from Europe, who have gotten this world-class education, thanks in part to your tax dollars, thank you. And we're shipping them back, even though they want to stay here.
Right.
And these are entrepreneurs. As you know from your Stanford classmates, they're like, they all have a business they're already working on that has something to do with the digital economy that is going to create a lot of jobs and opportunities. So what Nick said is on the border, it's just tragic what's happening. We've got to get our act together. We've got to enforce our laws. But we also have to figure out how to keep, immigration has become so controversial. And George W. Bush, keep going back to him, but he put it on the line. I mean, he came up with a specific proposal and put it out there. Unfortunately, we haven't made any progress there, even on these relatively easy issues. That's low-hanging fruit to say that if you have a graduate STEM degree, you ought to be able to stay in this country. And we can't get that done because the whole issue itself has gotten so controversial and so political, which is another issue we'll get to at some point, maybe in this discussion, or another one, which is the polarization of our country right now, and inability to solve big problems.
Yeah. Well, okay, we just have a couple minutes left, so I'm going to ask you, I don't know if we'll be able to solve for that, but I'll ask you both two quick ones to round up. And Nick, I'll start with you. These are big, complex topics, right? I would love for you to recommend to this room somebody you read, listen to, an issue you pay attention to. And then the second part of the two-parter is, what gives you hope about the American dream right now?
Okay, two books to read, or two people to read. A book called Superabundance by Marian Tupy and Jean Pooley. It shows that the real limit to mass affluence is human imagination, which is to say that we haven't even started yet. There's great hope for the future, I think. Second writer, the historian Gertrude Himmelfarb, B. Crystal. Basically anything she writes, anything she wrote, but I'd mention in particular the moral imagination of late Victorians, Poverty and Compassion, because the Victorians knew, the 12-year-old kid in London knew the difference between poverty from lack of income and misery, vice. And too many of our intellectuals and policymakers don't understand that distinction today, I would submit. In terms of hope about the American dream, all of the parts for the escalator are there. our magnificent Constitution, our rule of law, our free market system, our people, we're all here. I think when historians look back at us sometime in the future, they may look at this time as being a time when there was a sort of a failure of the elites. And I kind of have a feeling that we've got an empathy gap at the moment. And I kind of have a feeling that the empathy gap is really caused by not understanding enough about our fellow Americans, about getting out and talking to people and seeing how they live and about their hopes. And I think that with a little bit more information that's hiding in plain sight, I think we can conquer that empathy gap, and I think we can revitalize.
Great. Rob?
Oh, gosh. You know, my hope comes from the young people that I meet. I talked about speaking at this class last week. I'm starting my own little center at the University of Cincinnati, my hometown, and so I've been spending some time there talking to young people. And if you ever get depressed about the future and where we're headed, just, you know, talk to some of these folks. I happen to have 3 kids of my own who are you know, out of college now, but they give me hope. But these young entrepreneurs, and, you know, they're idealistic. They're not particularly political. I mean, if I went to a class at SMU, I think I would find the same thing. I taught at Ohio State for a while after I was at Office of Management and Budget. It was very boring. I taught budgeting. So when the kids were awake, which was seldom, no, just kidding. They were always awake and they were great. I mean, you get inspired. So we have plenty of challenges. We talked about them today, but they're all fixable. My biggest concern about the American dream is this broader issue that I just touched on a second ago, which is, you think about it, we talked about the second chance idea that when people get out of prison, we ought to give them the skills to be able to succeed, job skills, deal with their drug addiction or mental health addiction issues. So we've got to figure out how to do that. We can. It's something we can deal with. The opioid crisis, we're, you know, alone in the world in terms of these percentages of people who are affected by it. We can figure this out through prevention, treatment, obviously stopping this poison from coming into our communities. The border, I mean, 80% of Americans agree we ought to do in the border and in immigration, and we can figure it out. We always have as Americans. Winston Churchill once said, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others. And, you know, we are the cleanest dirty shirt in the closet. I mean, that's the reason that we have millions of people that want to come to this country. So that's what gives me hope. But what concerns me, going back to the concern, is we seem to have centrifugal forces pushing us to the outside, whether it's media or whether it's how the political system works. I believe the vast majority of Americans are in that great middle, in the sense that, forget politics, that they want to solve these problems, and that their views are so close that you can find common ground. And that's what we need to get back to. That's my biggest concern, is that in the current environment, not just in politics, but in our society in general, we're pushing people to the extremes and not recognizing that we as a country have this huge opportunity. So many people want to come to America and to be Americans because they see it. And it is based on our original documents and on this fundamental notion that we're a country based on an idea of freedom and the ability, with accountability, as the Bush Center talks about, and with personal responsibility, to not just be that beacon of hope and opportunity for the rest of the world, but to bring everybody in off the sidelines we talked about earlier, so that rising boat is accessible to everybody.
Yeah. So what I'm going to take away from today is bet on Americans and our American ideals, but be clear-eyed about the challenges in front of us and get closer to each other, not farther apart, and read some books.
Like that,
right?
yeah.
Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and Head of Philanthropic Solutions at Bank of America, Dallas, Jennifer Chandler.
Good morning. Bank of America is so pleased to be here this morning and to continue to support the Bush Center and the Forum on Leadership. This is an event we look forward to each and every year. This year in particular, we wanted to support this panel on the future of American capitalism. And because that's at heart, that's who we are at Bank of America. We believe it's capitalism that helps us deliver for our clients, our colleagues, and our communities each and every day. At Bank of America, we also believe in something we call the power of the and, the genius of the and. What that means is two things can be true at once. We believe we can deliver on profits and purpose. We do this by bringing our $3 trillion balance sheet to bear for our clients, providing capital, while also providing philanthropic dollars, over $360 million. In addition, we're providing grants to small business owners, and we're providing grants to help homeowners with their down payment and closing costs. We're doing all of this while putting people to work, hiring them, and increasing our minimum wage. And while philanthropy is important, believe me, I think it is as the head of Philanthropic Solutions, and government plays an important role, we believe it's capitalism that provides the money, the ingenuity, the creativity, and the experience to help solve the issues of our society. You can read all about this, our purpose and our passion and our profits, in our annual report, which I'm sure you're going to want to read in your free time. But without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to our moderator, Mary Moore Hemrick. And many of you know her. She is the Don Evans Family Managing Director of Domestic Policy for the George W. Bush Institute. She's very dynamic, and I'm going to let her introduce the panel and start this important conversation. Thank you.
Good morning. For years, American capitalism has thrived on freedoms. Freedoms of markets, of choice, freedom to start a business, as well as the freedom to fail. The Main Street entrepreneur, and more recently the Silicon Valley titan, though, have experienced what we used to say on ABC's Wide World of Sports, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. With the recent market turmoil, Americans are wondering about their bank accounts and their 401ks. They're putting their starter home on hold because interest rates are too high. And entrepreneurs can't get that bank loan to start a new business unless they go to Bank of America. Government actions are creating economic uncertainty and wreaking havoc on the American dream. American capitalism has flourished because of business competition and the belief that markets would allocate capital to its highest and best use. But lately, the government has moved beyond providing a fair and predictable framework for capitalism. On the one hand, we've seen massive government stimulus with trillions in pandemic spending and infrastructure investments. But on the other hand, our government debt is greater than our GDP. And it just feels like to me that we're putting one foot on the gas and one foot on the pedal at the same time, with Washington putting American capitalism into a tailspin. The size, inefficiency, and indebtedness of the US government really risks to become a threat to the future of capitalism. Inflation is shutting down housing and commercial lending. Bank capital requirements are inhibiting the bond markets. Environmental regulations are stymieing affordable energy and driving up the cost of doing business. But today, our expert panel will address the future of American capitalism. We're going to explore what that means for us both domestically and globally. On the global stage, China has declared economic war on America, creating its own brand of state-sponsored capitalism. They're taking the best of America's capitalism by bringing common prosperity and joint ownership with the private sector. They're making targeted government-directed investments in innovative technology. The CCP model centralizes power, removing the market inefficiencies of competition, labor regulation, and multiple choices. But we in America can win this war. We must unleash innovation and foster cooperation and competition. And we need to combine that smart government policy with business ingenuity to guarantee the future of the American dream. And that's what our work here at the George W. Bush Institute is all about. We believe in private markets, humanized by compassionate government. Our policy work is focused on ensuring opportunity for all by promoting economic growth and education accountability, by supporting immigrant entrepreneurship, and ensuring that veterans and their families successfully transition to civilian life. To that end, we're providing state education leaders with tools and resources to address the learning loss and lack of readiness that was exacerbated by the pandemic. We're focused on research-based teaching and strong assessment systems to deliver on our promise to educate our young people. Our Blueprint for Opportunity program is researching the best practices behind creating prosperous cities and towns as a means of expanding opportunity in America. And we're looking at those ecosystem synergies between our research-based universities and medical institutions. We're developing a modernized immigration policy focused on skills and education to accelerate economic growth, while seeking lasting solutions to our border policy and the Western Hemisphere refugee crisis. For veterans and their families, we're focused on state-based efforts to mitigate the onerous licensing and credentialing barriers when transitioning to civilian life or assigned to new base. And I've got to give a shout out to Governor Youngkin for his recent bill. We have 3 experts here today to sort through these challenges. Former Treasury Secretary and Harvard President Emeritus Larry Summers, former Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam, and Brian Tyler, an economist and CEO of McKesson, who recently moved his Fortune 10 company from San Francisco to here in nearby Irving, Texas. Let's welcome Larry Summers, Governor Bill Haslam, and Brian Tyler to the stage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we certainly know that the debt ceiling and the deficit and inflation are top of mind. Debt's greater than GDP. We're going to hit our debt ceiling sometime this summer. How does this threaten the future of growth and prosperity? Should we be concerned about the future of capitalism? Secretary Summers, tell us what you see on this front.
Look, we're going to worry about a lot of things. But the first thing to say is that I would rather be playing the hand of the United States than playing the hand of any other major country in the world. And the second thing to say is that the great theme in American history is our capacity for self-denying prophecy. We get ourselves alarmed about all sorts of things, and that's what creates the momentum and the pressure that causes us to solve the problems. And so I'm going to doom and gloom, and I suspect we all are, about a bunch of things. But basically, I'd much rather live in the future than in the past, and I'd much rather live in the United States than live any other place. That said, we got to get through this debt limit thing. Look, I got 3 kids and 3 stepkids. Sometimes they spend more money than I think they should. And then we have a fight in our family. Should they pay? Am I going to pay? How are we going to deal with it? But one option we do not consider is that we do not pay the visa bill. It's just not on the table as a possibility. And that needs to be the attitude the United States has with respect to the debt limit, and we just need to get past this. Beyond that, yes, we are going to have to make adjustments in our revenue base. We're going to have to make adjustments ultimately in some of the expenditure trends. I think people are underestimating the problem. The CBO says that the interest rate on the 10-year bond over the next 7 years is going to average 2.8%. Maybe that will happen, but that wouldn't be my planning assumption if I was running a business. The current forecasts are that national security and defense expenditures are going to be about constant as a share of GDP. I look at all the threats in the world, and I don't think that's going to happen either. So we are going to have to make a set of adjustments, but we've done that before, and we will have to do it again. I don't think that's our only deficit, though. If you ask me deep down, if things go wrong in America, is it because of the deficit represented by the fact that Nick talks about that fewer American men are working as a share of the population than any other place? Is it about an infrastructure deficit? Is it about a basic life and health and life expectancy deficit? Those are hugely important deficits too that we need to focus on. But yeah, we've got to figure out how to address these things for the medium term, and it sure can look awfully frustrating looking at a lot of the things that happen in Washington. But if you step back from it all, I think we've got stunning opportunity in this country.
I love that optimism. Governor Haslam, what do you see from your perspective from the states? How would you look at this?
You know, it's interesting when, as a governor, whenever you run for re-election, no matter who you are, you always say, and I balance a budget for 4 consecutive years, conveniently ignoring that you have to do that. But I'll say this, from the state standpoint, most states sailed through COVID with sales tax revenues not only intact, but higher than anticipated. I got a ridiculous amount of federal funds so most states are actually swimming in money right now. I mean, usually every year for our recurring budget, we had about $500 million in new funds, so to speak, more revenue this year than last year, okay? Now they have 3 or 4 times that. And the same thing with capital funds or one-time money. States are really in that just almost enviable position of being able to decide what they do. The concern for me, and I appreciate Larry's optimism, the concern for me is, for the first time, it feels like nobody cares about the deficit. I mean, traditionally, Republicans have said kind of 3 things. We believe in a market economy. We think it should budget the balance. We believe the United States should be a strong international presence. And really only one of those 3 feels like it's still true. So my concern is we end up like France is right now, where everybody's going on strike because they're raising the retirement age from 62 to 64, which is just really a big math problem. And my concern is that I love the optimism, but nobody is saying we have our own math problem.
We definitely do. How does the math play out for you, Doctor?
Well, I heard in my introduction I was introduced as an economist, which is true, but I haven't practiced for over 30 years. So let's put on my business lens. And from a business perspective, an executive has got a couple primary responsibilities, right? The strategy for the corporation, the talent, and how to deploy capital. And that's where I think these issues come into play. I mean, when we're having debt ceiling debates and we're looking at, the macro level of debt that we have in the country and what the ramifications for that for fiscal or monetary policy is, there's a lot of unknowns. That introduces a lot of uncertainty. When there's uncertainty in your business planning, you tend to pull back. And when you pull back, that means economy slow and job creation slows and innovation slows. And so, we are always advocating for a fiscal and monetary policy discussion that's rational, pragmatic, looking forward, and provides some stability so that companies can make investments to innovate, grow jobs, train workforces, and succeed into the future.
Well, let's move on to China. I thought it was very timely this morning. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Janet Yellen is going to say that the Biden administration will prioritize national security over the economy and our relations going forward. How do we balance our U.S. business leaders' desire to trade with and invest in China, which is really the world's biggest market, with our intelligent leaders testifying before Congress that China remains the most consequential threat to our national security from both a military and economic perspective? How do we handle that, gentlemen?
Careful. You're the only one that's been a cabinet secretary. Go ahead.
Carefully and strategically. Look, I don't think any of us can suppose that China looks the same way that it did 15 years ago or 25 years ago. And we have got to be more concerned about a lot of things that China is doing. And you have to adjust a set of policies. But there's a phrase in the export control biz that I think is a pretty good phrase and applies to some of these things more broadly, which is small garden, high wall. And what that's saying is we got to protect the most sensitive national security stuff, and we've really got to protect it and do everything we can to make sure that the stuff that's most sensitive isn't leaking over there, whether it's in trade or foreign investment or some business of theirs here. But that is a very different thing than saying we've got to beat them down and make sure they don't prosper. And if it slips into we're going to beat them down and make sure they don't prosper, that might feel good in the short run, but we're not going to want the storm that's going to produce. And we have got to think about both deterrence and reassurance. And we've got to push them to think about both deterrence and reassurance. And above all, and this is a message for both sides, you know, I saw when I was working with for President Clinton and Yitzhak Rabin, famously, but with a certain reluctance, shook Yasser Arafat's hand. And somebody said, how could you shake his hand? And Rabin said, you don't make peace with your friends. And there was a lesson there. And we have to, on both sides, keep the communication channel open. I don't remember it exactly, and the interesting thing is that I suspect most people in this room don't remember it, but at the beginning of several months in to President Bush's administration, there was an incident where one of our planes crashed into one of their planes in the air and in some space that they thought was their territory and we thought was international waters, and our plane went down and our pilots got rescued, and there was communication back and forth, and we wrote a carefully crafted letter that some people thought was an apology and other people very clearly thought was not an apology, and that was diplomacy, and that incident worked itself out, and it, I'm sure, was extremely tense and exciting for those involved, but ultimately we basically don't remember it now, and that is success. What is scary is that if there was an equivalent thing right now, I'm not as certain that it could be carried on, both because I'm not sure the communication channels are as secure and as reliable as they were then, and because the domestic political pressure here in the United States to look tough would be so strong, and the domestic political pressure there would be so strong that you'd have much more escalation risk. And that's the kind of lesson I think we need to learn from.
Dr. Tyler, how are these China supply chain issues impacting you?
Yep. Well, I like the way Secretary framed the strategic, let's be thoughtful, let's balance short and long term, because I do think we need to have a long-term view on our trade policies. You know, take my company, for example. We do not sell any goods or services in China, but we do source a lot of pharmaceutical and medical products from China into this country. And I think we have to acknowledge that China has some capabilities and some skills. I mean, they've been at scale manufacturing for decades. You know, their logistics is sophisticated. 8 of the top 10 seaports in the world are in China. If we are bringing a container of nitrile gloves in, we get it from China 2 to 3 weeks faster than we get it from Malaysia, for example. That's real cash on the water. I mean, that really matters to business, and it's products for consumers. You know, I think the trick when you come to supply chains, that I think we've always realized, but probably heightened coming out of COVID, is that the real key is diversity. You know, even a fully domestic supply chain may feel good, you know, but if it's in Louisiana and Hurricane Katrina comes through, what kind of shape are you really in? So I think that you know, we need to take a pragmatic industry by industry approach, right? I mean, pre-COVID, we might not have thought healthcare as a national defense issue, but facing down a pandemic, we may be more inclined to think that way now. So I think we've got to take an industry by industry, pragmatic, long-term view. I think trade with China will be important for many industries and for American consumers for a long time.
Well, sort of building on that, the topic of industrial policy has come up. Washington's investing billions in chip manufacturing capabilities while layering on social policies dealing with climate change, child care, and labor wages. Should we have industrial policies, and how do we make them most effective?
Go ahead, Tom. I have a small thought, but you go ahead.
No, you go ahead first, Governor.
I think we should have industrial policies. I think they should, I mean, like I said, in my mind, if that balance between being, you know, government-driven and market-driven, you're never going to be purely, even though I'm a market guy, purely market-driven. The CHIPS Act, in my opinion, was a smart thing to do. I think we have to do things where we're significantly behind to act in those things. So should we have an industrial policy? You bet. Should we realize that most of the efficient decisions are going to be made by the market? That's where I would lean.
Secretary Summers, you've commented on this before.
I think I'm broadly with Bill. Should we be thinking about what our capacities are, thinking about whether we're resilient, thinking about technological leadership in the areas where it's most important? Yeah, we should. But here's the problem, or here's the challenge where I worry we might go a little wrong. The best generals are the ones that hate war the most. And they're the ones who know that sometimes you have to fight a war, but that's the last resort and it's not something you want to do. And I think the best people doing industrial policy have that kind of reluctance about overriding market forces. And I think we got a lot of people who think, oh, it's fantastic. We're going to get to do a lot of industrial policy. The government's going to get to plan a lot of stuff. The government's going to get to subsidize a lot of stuff. The government's going to get to direct a lot of stuff. It's really going to be terrific. We can do a ton of economic planning. And I think that is badly mistaken. Everyone who hears the words industrial policy for resilience should think about two things. We had a great policy for resilience, motivated exactly by resilience, that Congress passed in about 1925. It was called the Jones Act, and it is the reason heating oil is 10% more expensive in New England. It is the reason we did not get stuff to Puerto Rico nearly as fast as we could after the hurricane. And it was there because somebody had the bright idea that we needed to make sure we were relying on American shipping for shipping.
Probably an American shipping company.
We probably no, but it was also, it was an American shipping company, but it was also a set of extremely well-intentioned public officials who didn't fully think through all the long-run consequences of what they're doing. If you ask why did we have a big infant formula problem? Because we had a set of Buy America policies for infant formula that established supply chains that were only in America. So we do need to have them, but they need to be thought through carefully around minimal necessary strategic objectives, not broad things. One of the things I'm proud, I'll say this and I'll stop. One of the things I'm proud of that I had a chance to do in government is working with President Obama. I oversaw at the National Economic Council the team that executed on what we called the support program and everybody else called the bailout of the bankrupt automobile companies. And one of the things we did at the very beginning was we established a set of principles for how we were going to operate. And the core principle was minimal necessary to return to solvency and get out of public hands. And we established those principles at the beginning. And then when the EPA wanted to turn these temporarily government-owned car companies into a sandbox for environmental experimentation, we said, excuse me, no, we agreed on these principles in the interagency process that the president signed off on. When the Department of Labor wanted to have innovative experiments and the stuff that they cared about, we did the same thing, and I think that's why the companies were in and out of bankruptcy fast. That's why the companies are viable today, and we don't have a Jones Act-like tail. And I would like more of that sensibility to run through our country's industrial policy strategies.
That makes sense.
We should just not lose sight of the fact, right, that the goal is global U.S. competitiveness, right?
Yes.
And so we need to take care, and I like the minimalist approach that Larry just outlined, because, you know, tacking on restraints, you know, takes away flexibility, it takes away maneuverability, and we operate in a very dynamic global economy. So, you know, we've got to balance. Let's not lose sight of the overall goal, which is global U.S. competitiveness, job creation, invention of new industries, you know, positioning us for the future. And let's put as few constraints as we can around that to let that happen.
Well, Dr.
The only thing I'd add is we need to, for people, the elected officials who go to people like Brian and say, you know, you need to totally domestically source your product, and then on the other breath scream about inflation. We need to show them you actually can't be for both of those things.
Very true. Very true.
Diverse, you know, the example I use when I want to just explain this to people is I say, suppose you were running an automobile plant, an automobile company, and you woke up one morning and you had the horrible thought that all your steering wheels were coming from one factory in some other country. What would you do? I think the first thing you would do is you would decide to have 6 plants in 6 different places to get your steering wheel. I think the second thing you would do is decide to have an inventory of 500,000 steering wheels in some warehouse. And I think only a fairly distant third would be to start your own steering wheel factory, run out of your own company, even though you'd have some managers who would think it was a really exciting project for them to take on building that third steering wheel factory. And I think that sensibility is what sort of needs to inform us on industrial policy.
Well, talking about the managers, I'm dying to ask Dr. Tyler about workforce participation and competition coming out of COVID. Productivity and innovation are critical components of a successful capitalistic system, but we're facing major labor shortages and employee demands to work from home. What are the lessons learned, and how do we best manage a post-COVID workforce?
I don't know, how much time do we have?
Well, the countdown monitor will give us some more.
That's a big one. Let me start with the work from home. Actually, you know, McKesson rolled out its first flexible work policy 9 or 10 months before anyone knew what COVID was. So we could see underneath in the workforce some desire for flexibility, and that made sense to us. So, you know, that said, in February of 2020, if you would have walked into my office and said, hey, Brian, I have a great idea, let's send all of our workers home, I would have kicked you out immediately and thought you were crazy, yet we did it, and we did it quite successfully. You know, for me personally, I have an affiliation to the way I grew up and the informal mentorship that happens when we're physically together, and the training. And I think a lot about keeping the culture of my company vibrant. But the reality is, it's not my company. I work for millions of shareholders, and so you know we are still operating in a very flexible work environment. But what we do is we have a dashboard of health metrics for the company. How engaged are employees? What's our manager quality survey tell us about how good our managers are doing? Are we hitting our innovation goals and milestones? What are our customers telling us in our NPS scores? Certainly, what are our financial results? And as long as those health metrics for the organization are strong, you know, we'll be flexible in the way we work. And we're very transparent with with the members of Team McKesson that those are what we're watching. And if you can continue to deliver on that, we can continue to deliver more flexibility than we're accustomed to. But if those start to go off the rails, we'll probably have to retrench and rethink. So, you know, I know many businesses are struggling with this. You know, our sense is right now, as long as the business is healthy, it actually could be a source of some competitive advantage in recruiting and retaining employees to allow them more flexibility than, you know, we have historically. Let's just say that. Now, look, you referenced we just moved to Dallas. We've had great luck attracting talent in Dallas, but you know, we watch turnover metrics like a hawk. The best thing you can do is retain your team. The labor environment, you know, has been incredibly difficult. Inflation very challenging. A large part of my workforce we would call frontline workers. These are the people we celebrated during COVID who showed up every day and physically moved products in the supply chain. They're hit most impactfully, and so you know we have to respond by investing more into wages than we would have historically done, and then that in turn pressures a business to either find the productivity or to find a way to pass price through, which of course you could see as a bit of a virtuous cycle there. So, you know, labor has been a real pain point for business the last several years, and I think the statistics we just heard, you know, in the morning panel, maybe not as encouraging as you would hope for.
Well, let's build on that. Governor Haslam, let's talk about education. You heard Ann Wicks share some of the survey data and lessons learned on, we have less than 40% of our students who can read and do math at grade level. How can capitalism and free markets provide economic prosperity for future Americans given these anemic education rates? And what do you recommend we do?
You know, two things. First of all, obviously, shout out to the Bushes. The whole No Child Left Behind really was not just about saying every kid everywhere can learn, but it was about raising the standards of what was proficient. So like in Tennessee, when I came into office, we were saying 70% of our kids were proficient at grade level. But oh, by the way, 70% of the students that attended community college needed remedial work when they got there. So obviously, both those things weren't true. So what can we do? We can do two or three things. I thought Senator Portman's point about Pell Grants in the first panel was right on target. We're not, people respond to incentives. I'm talking about businesses respond to incentives. People do too. And so we need to do that. One of the things you figure out once you leave office is, well, how connected things are that you control as governor. And so, okay, the higher ed system's under us. The K-12 is under us as well. What we didn't do a good job is kind of doing what you do in business, connecting customers' needs to the product you sell. So we had businesses saying, or we weren't doing a good job of going to businesses saying, here's what we need in terms of skill set. And then we weren't reorienting our community colleges and technical schools to meet those very specific needs in their areas, which you can do. I mean, four-year schools, a little harder to turn that battleship, but community colleges and technical schools are very nimble. And so reorienting them is a doable deal, which we started working on. So, I mean, I think the answer to your question is three things. Number one, with our K-12 students, we have to raise the standards. We have to have a way to assess progress, and then a way to reward teachers based on your students' progress. Then you have to take higher ed and tie higher ed into the customers they're serving. I realize higher ed has a human flourishing component as well, but tie those into the business they're serving in terms of what do we exactly need? And Rob's stories about the underwater welder, like I could, anybody that's been in state government can fill you up with those stories because they're true. Tie those in more tightly to the need. And I think that the last thing in this is we're losing people all along the way. K-12, higher ed, et cetera, people are just leaking out. So the truancy rate, sometimes ask your local school system what's the truancy rate, and it'll shock you. And so we have to have a system that doesn't have people dropping out of the education early, because those are the same folks that Nick is talking about they're going to drop out of the workforce later.
Secretary Summers, from your perspective at Harvard.
Let me say a couple things. I didn't agree with President Bush on everything, but I think the best thing that he said about domestic policy was the phrase soft bigotry of low expectations. And I think that's been a pervasive cancer in American life for 20 years. And it goes beyond the contexts that he talked about it. I am embarrassed by the fact that at Harvard University, the average grade point average is 3.8, and 67% of the grades are A's. And Harvard is not atypical at all. That's normal in elite higher education. And if we are giving the same grade to the person who does average in a class of 200 as we are to the person who gets the best, who does the best in a class of 200, we are not raising the bar. And I think there's a very fundamental decision you have to make to think about education. And I think we make it wrong in America these days a lot. And that is, we have to ask ourselves this question. Is your basic theory that self-esteem should come from achievement, or that if you provide self-esteem, achievement will follow? And in so many places, we have the theory that if you provide self-esteem, achievement will follow. That's why, and I haven't looked at these statistics in the last several years, but there was a point a few years ago where if you looked at 8th grade math, if you asked kids from every country, do you feel like you're really good at math? Americans led the world in feeling good about their math ability. You know what's coming next. They weren't in the top 20 in actually solving math problems. And I think we really need a set of adjustments to raise the bar for everyone in terms of what we are expecting in what is going to be a much more competitive world and a much more demanding world in terms of people developing focused and specific skills.
Let me put a twist on this. We have a new thing in innovation called ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. Innovation and technology have been drivers of growth. What is the impact that this technology is going to have on capitalism, and what are the opportunities as well as the threats?
Well, here's my,
go ahead.
Here's a guess of mine, and who knows anything. I think this is common for the cognitive class. I think this is common for all of us. If you ask, which is ChatGPT and all that stuff going to replace quicker? A doctor reading 20 test results and 4 different scans and making a diagnosis, or a nurse comforting a patient? It's going to replace what that doctor does before it replaces that nurse. If you ask, who's it going to replace faster? A smart guy who's good at math sitting in front of a terminal, going long or going short and changing his position every 12 minutes, or a salesperson building a relationship between one firm and another? It's going to replace the trader first and the salesman second. So I think you're going to see a pretty substantial kind of realignment. And I think there's a real possibility that this is going to be heavily empowering of some parts of the society that haven't traditionally been so empowered. And it's going to raise a set of questions for a set of people who've thought of themselves as the hot stuff in the society. And as my examples suggest, I think this could end up being quite equalizing if we do it right and if we use it right. I mean, things like this have already happened. I have an absolutely fantastic assistant who's been with me for many years, who does extraordinary things and takes on extraordinary responsibility managing all aspects of the things that I do. But for some set of reasons, she has enormous difficulty spelling. That does not matter at all today, because she runs everything through a spell checker. Well, you know, I didn't even know for 5 years that she had a problem with spelling. 25 years ago, though, it would have been inconceivable that she could have had the job she has with me. That's an early example of how technology can be equalizing and compensating, not just threatening. And the task of everyone who cares about technology, I think, is to maximize those impacts.
Well, in the earlier panel, when I found out I was no longer in the prime age working males, I was kind of bummed out. But now it sounds like my job's going to get automated anyway, so maybe I feel better.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm pretty excited and optimistic with I think with all the caveats and cautions that we're all discovering. Really, we're going to have to build skills in inspecting the data, because bad data in is bad decisions out. So I think there's going to have to be a lot of caution and care and concern. But on the other hand, I think it's got a lot of opportunity to create value. I'll give you two examples, and I'll come back to one that Larry mentioned, but with a different twist. We've used AI to develop and self-service HR function in our company. And over the last few months, we've trained it to do 200 activities. Wow. So, we used to frustrate our managers that they needed to know when so-and-so would be paid and how much would the paycheck be. And it was a call to a center, and it took time. And now you can just call Amelia and instantly get the information for 200 common requests. That introduces speed and efficiency into the organization and lets our HR team work on more important things like developing and training and building the culture in the company. The other example I would give is you look at the primary care market, physicians. I mean, there is a big mismatch. I mean, we are hundreds of thousands of physicians short in the US today. And then if you look at the demographic of the population aging and the demographic of the physicians we have retiring, it's a pretty big gap. Now, physicians spend a lot of time doing non-patient care work. I mean, looking at claims and transcribing notes, and a lot of that could be automated. That could free up capacity for people to provide care. Now, we've got to figure out how to do it the right way. There's a big change management process that's going to go around that. So, and there clearly will be disruptions. But I think we're going to have to think about, as businesses, how we carefully harness this technology, thoughtfully inspect the data and the algorithms, and make sure, as managers, we understand what's in there so that we can have confidence in what's coming out the backside.
The predictive capacity, I think, really can be good. I mean, there's a lot of scary things, but I was talking with a guest last night who works with folks with addictions, and she was saying, we've learned some data about things that can give us metrics to say this person might have a lot chance to fall back. And I'm thinking, okay, with this, now we're going to have a lot higher percentage chance of identifying that person early and making certain they have better supports around them.
Okay, we've got 1 minute. I'm going to ask a final question. What do you think is most important to secure the future of American capitalism?
I'll go first. Elect the right people. My fear today is people are so frustrated by the political process that good people are bailing out. Don't do that. Elect the right people.
Secretary Summers.
It doesn't work when people love their country and hate its government. And that means electing the right people, and that means getting government not just to be able to conceive great plans, but to execute effectively and to touch people's lives in ways that give them confidence. And if we can restore confidence that government can basically do things, John Kennedy said that man's problems were made by man. It follows that they can be solved by man. And I guess today you'd say men and women. But I think it is a very true statement, and groups like this actually make me feel, and people like the people who I'm with on this panel make me feel like it's going to be really hard, but we'll find ways.
Dr. Tyler,
Well,
final
it's
word.
humbling to get to close this out. I would certainly reinforce what I heard here. I would just say, we've got to get back to a place where our institutions, our businesses, our governments respect each other and listen to each other and are comfortable having the difficult debates, but truly engage in that debate with an open mind, and that we all have to be prepared to make the trade-offs. It doesn't need to be 100% right. Getting it 80% right probably works a lot better for all of us.
Well, I think you'll all agree that we've had three excellent panelists here to address these issues today. We're going to give them a round of applause and go to break. And thank you. We're going to go to break, and if everybody will come back at 11 o'clock, we would love to see you then. Thank you.
Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Please welcome back the Ann Kimball Johnson Director of Education and Opportunity at the George W. Bush Institute, Ann Wicks.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from break. I hope you've enjoyed the morning as much as I have. And now we get to award one of our special awards. The George W. Bush Institute Citation is awarded annually to recognize a leader or an organization who's made an impact in their community, has inspired others to take action, and to solve today's most pressing problems. The honorees have demonstrated a sustained commitment to a cause. They have become a model by which others are measured. They're passionate, they're value-driven, they're humble servant leaders. They really inspire all of us at the Institute who get to watch them in action. Previous recipients of this award have included Blaine Smith, who is the founder of GoRuck, the team at Liberty in North Korea, and Sakina Yacobi, who is the executive director of the Afghanistan Institute of Learning. The recipient this year is journalist Emily Hanford. Emily has been covering education full-time since about 2008. She soon became interested in reading, how it's taught, what research tells us about how children learn to read. And she realized that many children around the country were not being taught to read the right way, that research-based practices were being ignored, being misunderstood, and that many children around this country struggle to read. Right now, only about 34% of American fourth graders are considered on track at grade level. The so-called reading wars have been debated for decades by policymakers and researchers. It's frustrated many leaders, President Bush and his team included in the White House, who've tried to get research-based practices into our schools. Children were clearly falling behind. But Emily's reporting about reading in print and in some very popular podcasts has helped make this issue loud and clear and accessible for parents, school board members, and educators. Because of her reporting, reading was no longer inside baseball. It was brought into the public square for a broader discussion. She explained the research. She highlighted states like Mississippi who made dramatic improvements to reading scores for all their children when they started to follow research-based practices in a significant statewide effort. She also explained who was benefiting financially by pushing problematic curriculum and training, including an approach that taught kids to do things like guess at words instead of teaching them explicit language skills and comprehension practices. Emily's insightful coverage has helped empower parents and caregivers with information about what works and what doesn't. And we see parents advocating for change on behalf of their kids all over the place. I'm one of those parents. I was a mom in my school district who joined with other moms who used Emily's work to go to meeting after meeting with school board members, district officials, parents, and teachers to explain this issue and ask for change. Emily's reporting was a really critical tool for us to help people understand this. They kind of get your hackles up, right, when you say you're doing something wrong. She really invited people into this knowledge in a way that was meaningful. And I'm very happy to say that our district punted the terrible stuff, and we've got good research-based curriculum instruction now happening for our kids. Many states are now making similar changes. Just backstage, Governor Youngkin was telling us about Virginia passing a law, a Literacy Act. It's one of many states who've done similar things to help make sure kids have access to the right information. Information is power, and Emily's work has helped to give voice to thousands of kids and families. There's no better person to recognize Emily for her work than our nation's best longtime advocate for reading. She also happens to be a former librarian, a former teacher, and a former First Lady. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Laura Bush to the stage.
Thank you, Ann. Thanks, you all. And welcome, everyone, to the Bush Center. I invite you to all to take a walk during our lunchtime in our native Texas park. It's starting to bloom out there, and it looks great. My role today is to present the George W. Bush Institute citation to the longtime journalist Emily Hanford. For more than 2 decades, Emily has worked in public media as a reporter, a producer, an editor, a news director, and a program host. Her 2 award-winning podcasts, Hard Words and Sold a Story, have covered the new research on how children learn to read, elevating this important issue to a national conversation. Emily's extensive coverage on reading has helped inform decision makers, teach educators, empower families, and support students everywhere. As a former teacher and librarian, I know that the most important thing parents and caregivers can do for their children is to read to them. When I was a child, my mother read to me often, and by supporting my love for reading, she fostered my love for learning. In fact, I made it into my career and became a librarian. Research shows that children who are read to from an early age are more likely to begin reading on their own at an early age. There's a long-term benefit linked to their success in school and in life. For many children, though, reading for entertainment has become less common. According to the National Assessment of Educational Progress, the number of American children who say they read for fun is at the lowest level since the mid-1980s, and nearly 70% of students in the 4th and 8th grade now read below grade level, to the lowest levels since the 1990s. These findings are heartbreaking, and for many parents, they're shocking, as most parents believe that their children are doing fine. We must do better for our children. Here at the Bush Institute, we believe that every child deserves a quality education. That's why I'm thrilled to recognize Emily today. Emily's committed to examining the science of reading and how family income and poverty affect educational opportunities. Her research is groundbreaking, and her work will continue to make significant and positive changes in education and literacy, benefiting countless children. So thank you, Emily. Thank you for being with us today, and thanks especially for your sincere and loyal devotion to children. You're a shining example, and I'm honored to recognize your leadership with this citation today. Come on up, Emily. Thank you so much, Emily.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning. All right. There's someone who knows how to respond to a good morning. All right. Thank you so much for this recognition, Mr. and Mrs. Bush. My interest in this topic started with parents who were desperate because their children were not being taught how to read in school. It's a story that is far too common in this country, and it's probably some of your stories. It might be the story of your child. It might be the story of your family. I know it's a story that the Bush family is familiar with. This is really personal for so many people, and it really shouldn't be political. We have been arguing about how to teach children to read for such a long time, truly, centuries. Since public schooling began in this country, we were fighting about this. And I think one of the reasons we fought about it is because no one really knew how kids learn to read. But now we really know, right? So over the past 40, 50 years, scientists in labs and classrooms all over the world in all different languages have done thousands of studies, and they have figured out all kinds of things about how reading works and how kids learn to do it and why a lot of kids struggle to learn how to read. So I wish my reporting on this topic wasn't so relevant and revelatory for so many people right now. We should have gotten this right decades ago. We really should have. So thank you, President and Mrs. Bush, for what you have done to bring attention over the years to this critical issue. I really do not think that the changes that are happening now in schools and districts all over this country would be happening if it weren't for Reading First 20 years ago. I think Reading First really set the table. It created a base level of knowledge. There are teachers all over the country who have told me that their lives were absolutely changed by Reading First because they learned how to teach kids to read. And now another generation of teachers is learning what they should have been taught. And I really, really hope that the story will end better this time. I am hoping to do my part as a journalist to make sure that happens. So thank you very much for your dedication to this issue, and thank you so much for this honor. It's truly humbling to be here among all of you. Thank you very, very much.
Please welcome back the President and CEO of the George W. Bush Presidential Center, Ken Hirsch.
Congratulations, Emily. I spoke earlier about the need to restore trust in our institutions, and to do that, a good first step is to elect leaders who lead with honor, integrity, and civility. More importantly, I spoke about the need for each of us to answer the question, what will it take for us to get off the couch? Our next speaker did just that. He was deep into his career in the private investment business and leading a great organization. He had a distinguished career and was making a difference both professionally and philanthropically in his community. And then he was called to serve. As a business partner of his in the past, he called in early 2020 and asked my advice about what he would do, what he was thinking about doing, and I thought he was crazy. I gave him that look, the look your son gives you or your daughter gives you, and he replied, thanks for your advice, but I think I'm gonna do it anyway. I think his wife, Suzanne, an SMU alum, had a much more powerful endorsement, and I'm glad that she was there for him. The governor grew up in Richmond and Virginia Beach, attended Norfolk Academy before heading to Rice. After Rice, he did a brief stint on Wall Street before going to Harvard for his MBA. And then after a brief stint at McKinsey, he settled on a very long and distinguished career at the Carlyle Group that took him all over the world and exposure to industries that are too many to mention. His last post was as co-CEO of the firm when he left that firm to run for governor, and the rest is history. Since he took office, he has governed effectively in a purple state with a General Assembly that has a Senate controlled by the Democrats and the House is controlled by the Republicans. But as a Republican governor, he understood that he needed bipartisan support to get things across the finish line. He has emphasized his commitment to creating a more transparent and accountable government and assigned measures to make that happen. His priorities are around education, quality of life, and economic development. But he has taken his brand of optimistic, principled leadership wherever he's gone. And we are lucky that he is here today. Please join me in welcoming the 74th Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin.
Thank you. Thank you. Ken, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. We're still morning.
It's still morning.
Yes.
Thank you for being here.
Thrilled to
Governor
be
Youngkin.
here. I mean, this is pretty special. Come on.
We like it.
Yeah.
All these people help pay for it, which is really nice.
Thank you for paying for it.
So I mentioned that, you've taken your brand of optimism with you to the State House, which is amazing. But before I even get to optimism, you look like you're having fun, and I want to show a clip that I think demonstrates that. I want to have you comment on this.
When Governor Glenn Youngkin promised to bring back the spirit of Virginia, we didn't think he'd go this far. But frankly, the mascots in the hallways have livened things up a bit. We thought he was talking about state pride, the economy, not mascots. But hey, it's unorthodox. Maybe Governor Glenn Youngkin could make the difference.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Now, I'm not going to talk about March Madness.
Yeah, that was the worst bracket ever selected in national history. It was just awful. Did anybody get anybody in the Final Four? I mean, come on. Did anybody get that? See, look, nobody.
That's right.
Not a
I
single
had
one in here.
UVA going farther than Princeton, and I'm embarrassed by that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so are you having fun?
I'm having a ball. It's an extraordinary privilege to go to work every day in a way that I have never felt before. And some of it is the opportunity to go to work for 8.7 million Virginians. Some of it is the history that I have to live in. I mean, we're mandated to live in the governor's mansion, which is quite a privilege. It was built 210 years ago. It was procured by Monroe, and I walk out my front door, and there's our Capitol that was designed by Thomas Jefferson, and I take a right to go to my office, which is in the Patrick Henry building, and this is Virginia, and so every day I'm reminded of the opportunity to do things that serve Virginians. And then finally, it has been so encouraging because in a state where everybody told me you're never going to get anything done, we're getting a ton done. And so I think that Virginians appreciate it. I know we're having a ball. I've got the best first lady at the state level in America. And I corrected, and I got that right. I got that right. And we're having a great time. And so I would say if anybody has a midlife crisis, run for governor. It's a great job. Great job.
It worked once. Now, so your message has really been unifying. Diagnose that for a minute. What nerve do you think you tapped into?
Well, I think, first of all, Virginia had really had a tough run because during the pandemic particularly, my predecessor had taken an incredibly stern position on lockdowns with schools and businesses and houses of worship and mandating vaccines and masks and everything else. And Virginians didn't take to that well. And so there was this real unification moment about reaffirming individual liberties and freedoms. And as we began to really connect in with both our rural Virginians and urban Virginians, what we found is that this wasn't Republicans against Democrats. This was Virginians really wanting to reignite the spirit of Virginia that had been really forged by Washington and Jefferson and Madison and Monroe and Patrick Henry. And this is history that Virginians still carry. And so there was just a moment where the idea that we are going to put government back in its rightful position, which is to be of, for, and by the people, as opposed to telling them what to do all the time, was just fully embraced. And for those of you that don't know Virginia well, I mean, this is a purple state by definition. You know, we have about 35% Republicans and a little over 40% Democrats, and everybody else is, a staunch independent. And as a result, understanding the psychology and the emotion of Virginians, I think, is very reflective of understanding America's. And there's just there was an underlying frustration that what they knew was right had been violated. And we stepped in at a time where they were willing to really make a change and to elect an outsider who was just bringing a very different perspective and to really stand behind a direction that was going to be fundamentally different from where we were going. It was an incredibly unique time.
And do you think it was COVID specific, or that was just the last straw?
I think it was definitely the last straw of a series of events. And Ken, it really was across all aspects of Virginians' perception of where the state was going. We had previous administrations, and I know we'll talk about education, but I think it's really important to highlight previous administrations that had taken what was revered as one of, if not the best, K-12 school system in America, and they had degraded the standards. And Virginia used to have the highest standards for proficiency, and they had made them the lowest standards of proficiency, all in the pursuit of making sure that the schools looked good. And they had, on top of that, highlighted that the curriculum was no longer going to focus on things like accelerated math. And this was just a huge shift in Virginians' perspectives on what was right and wrong in education. And that was confounded by the recognition that when you have an approach to crime and you have an approach to police that in fact puts criminals first and victims last, and you see a 20-year high in murder rates, there's a problem, and we can recognize that. And finally, Virginians had become very comfortable watching people move away faster than they moved to our state from the other 49. And this 9-year outflow of Virginians was becoming very apparent. And so this was a cumulative recognition that our state was heading in the wrong direction, and it was time to readjust and head to a different destination.
So let's talk about then, because you've been in office about 15 months, but you hit the ground running and you really brought an executive leadership style, starting with the transition and right into the very first set of priorities. Talk to us about how, we hear about the swamp and about civil servants and all that, but I think in your approach was to embrace the staff and actually empower them more. Talk about your approach.
Well, the first thing we knew is that we had spent 10 months making a lot of promises, and I kept the list, and I put the list on the board, and I said, now we got to go do all these things, team. And I was surprised that the media reaction to that was, well, what's he doing? He's actually trying to deliver on what he promised. And I think we've just gotten in this really inappropriate standard that promises aren't to be kept. And I just was raised differently. And so we went to work to deliver on our promises. Many of them were not legislative promises. They were operational, executional, and efficiency promises to make government work better. And what I found as I traveled to each one of our agencies and departments, and I would sit down at our Department of Education with the senior leadership, most of whom are career state employees, was a very similar theme every time. I would ask, so, what do you do and are you good at it? And what are your objectives for the year? And are you on budget or not? And I got very similar answers. Well, of course we're good at what we do. And I'd say, well, how do you know? And they'd say, well, we got an award. And I'd say, okay, that's great, you got an award, but we actually need to set some goals and hit them. And then I would say, so are you on budget? And they would say, well, we don't know because we don't have monthly budgets. But we'll tell you at the end of the year. And so we stepped back and we said, we've got to start all over again. And we injected into government a whole series of objective setting and then measurements that could feed back whether we're on plan or off plan. And that allows us to have a common language and a common conversation across 55,000 people. And a year plus into it, now every meeting can start with objectives and key results. And every month meeting that we have with our monthly management reviews focuses on how we're doing against the overall goals for the department and are you on budget or not. Now, what was really exciting was we're 4 months in and our Secretary of Finance comes to me and you know, when you have extraordinary people around you, they can do extraordinary things. And Steve Cummings, who's our Secretary of Finance, had run Wachovia and UBS. And I mean, this guy he knew finance. And he came in and he said, Governor, I think we found $1.2 billion that's been appropriated that doesn't need to be spent. We're 4 months in. And I said, well, that's great. That goes into our taxpayer relief fund and our reserves. But now let's get $2 billion next year. And so now people are a little hesitant to come tell me they've done good things because I double the objective for the next year. But what we've really seen is that you really can increase the velocity of operational change in government. You just have to go do it. And you know, the first person we hired into our cabinet was a chief transformation officer. And I dipped into a network at McKinsey, and a guy named Eric Miller, who was the chief transformation officer at McKinsey, came into state government. And I put him on our toughest problems. See, I know that the Texas DMV is probably really good, but the one in Virginia was really in rough shape. And you'd go there and you'd have to wait nearly 45 minutes before anybody would even say hello to you. And today, you'll wait 8 to 9 minutes, and it'll take you 8 to 9 minutes to get your business done. And that's just 1 year of transforming government's perspective on how to treat the citizens of Virginia like your customers.
Well, having sat through your monthly objectives and goals meetings, I know that you were pushing
Thank you.
To increase the urgency. So glad the state's responding.
Ken, I only get 4 years, right? The clock is ticking every day. And if we take a day off, then that means it was a day missed.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about education, because that obviously grabbed the nation's attention during your campaign. People probably wouldn't have picked it up until I saw it. I wouldn't have picked it up and put these two together, but You've instituted a $4 billion tax cut, at the same time a 10% teacher raise. At the same time, you really put pressure on the educational system. So this is a really tough time to be fixing education, which we all know is so important. How have you been able to approach that in where there's lots of incumbency, let's say, that resists change?
There is, but we also have to start with all agreeing that there's a problem. Because if we don't agree there's a problem, then there will be no unity in embracing a solution. And so our first step was to get everybody on board that we have a problem. And I just want to step back. You know, government isn't great at embracing real data. They selectively use data to prove the point that they want to make and tend to ignore the data that doesn't prove their point. And so we stepped back, and our Secretary of Education is just a total rock star, Amy Gadara, and we went to work to highlight the fact that Virginia students had suffered. And we had our own state testing, which are called standard of learning testing that happen every year. We had the national report card. We had, of course, AP results that were all coming out of the 2021 and the beginning of 2022 school year. And the data consistently showed that Virginia students had suffered more than the national average, and in some cases had the largest learning loss in the nation. Now, again, this is Virginia. We were a destination for people to come for schools, and what the NAEP score showed was that Virginia had the largest learning loss in the nation in 4th grade reading and math. This is a wake-up call for everybody, and one that we needed to unify at least an understanding that we had a real problem. And now we got to go address it. And we've got to address it with a multifaceted approach, because no difficult problem has a single solution. There's no magic wand to this stuff. And therefore, we stepped back and said, first thing we've got to address are standards. We've got to raise standards back up and make them the best in the country, not the worst. Excellence matters. But on top of that, we've got to bring resources to support those schools that are perennially underperforming. Let's get reading coaches and math coaches into those school systems, and let's bring some of our best teachers by giving them a bonus to go work in some of our tougher school areas. We then recognized that we've got a fundamental challenge in teachers. Folks, this is a tough job. I mean, with law enforcement and healthcare and nursing and teaching, those are the toughest professions in our country. And so we needed to put through a meaningful pay raise. And so we put through in our budget a 10% increase in pay. Then we recognized that parents, of course, were no longer at the table in so many circumstances, not to mention at the head of the table. And so we really tackled putting parents back in charge of their children. And what a concept. What a concept, that we're going to allow parents to make decisions for their children as opposed to dictating to parents what happens to their kids. And this was tough because I signed an executive order on day one that enabled parents to make a decision about whether their children wear a mask or not, because Virginia had still mandated masks in school. And we had legal battles, and then all of a sudden, reasonable Democrats stepped across the line and said, we'll pass legislation with you. And we passed bipartisan legislation to empower parents to make decisions for their children, whether they wear a mask or not, whether educational materials are consistent with their family values, and if they're not, they can ask for a substitute. We put forth new model policies that empower parents to make the most important decisions in this world of gender theory. Well, parents need to make that decision, not administrators and teachers. And this is a parent's decision with their child. And what we found was that this multifaceted approach, finally, when we add choice and we add tax-driven scholarship funds for families that can't afford to move to a private school, we inject our own version of charter schools, which we call lab schools, that all of a sudden Virginia went from virtually having none to having 20 in motion in 6 months. And we got a big gap to make up because Virginia is way behind. But this collection of ingredients into an educational reform was something that was embraced by lots of people, not just Republicans, because we all agreed that we had a problem we have to fix.
So identifying the problem, obviously, is a great place to start, and surrounding yourself with great people. Amy Gadara has been very helpful with the Bush Institute education work.
Amazing.
And also a woman who works for her deputy, Mackenzie Snow, is one of our Presidential Leader Scholars alumni.
She is.
So besides Mackenzie and former bankers, you actually, been glad to be some help.
I live by a basic rule, which is hire smart people, and it'll go pretty well.
Okay, so let's talk about competitiveness, because the next step to education is then competitiveness. And one of the things that you've done very recently is sign the Occupational Licensing Transferability Act. And explain that and why that's so important.
Well, in short, we all have a workforce problem. Let's just be clear. We've got a workforce problem that is a result of paying people not to work for a long period of time and watching labor participation go down to levels that we haven't seen in decades. And getting folks back into the labor force is critical. But on top of that, in Virginia, we had about 1% economic growth for 8 years. And I have really throttled down. We've had 125,000 jobs added to our active workforce just in the last 12 months. We need more people. And so I was really frustrated by all the hurdles that have been put in place to make it hard to come from another state like Texas to Virginia and go to work right away. And so we just made it easier through 85 job categories. You have a license in another state, come to Virginia, and you can go to work right away. This idea of workforce development is at the heart of our economic future, and it does tie into education as well. I think one of the real challenges that we have is the notion that has been placed in everyone's head that if your child doesn't go to a 4-year university and get a degree, then they will never be successful, which we know is not true. And of course, we heard on the earlier panel about the number of men who are choosing not to go get a college degree. So we have got to prepare for a very different opportunity set, and one that enables us through our high schools to prepare people to go to work. And so one of the things that we are working feverishly on is to blur the lines between high school and community colleges. And so we're expanding dual enrollment in a way that I eventually aspire, by the time we're done at the end of our term, that every Virginia high school student will have the opportunity to earn an industry-recognized credential and go right to work, whether that's a nursing assistant or a welder or a truck driver or a cyber analyst. Go to work. And we've got to open up these multiple pathways for Virginians and Americans, I believe, that aren't really part of this one-size-fits-all kind of standard that's been shoved down everybody's throat. This is all about opportunity. The economy will present it as manufacturing jobs are coming back to America in droves. A lot of them are coming to Virginia. I want to make sure we have a workforce that can take advantage of that.
Okay, and that's also keeping a workforce healthy. And I know that mental health is an area that when you got into office, you were shocked to find.
Yeah, no, I think we're all fully aware of the fact that Virginia and America, Texas, are in the middle of a behavioral health crisis. And the systems weren't prepared for what we're dealing with. They just weren't, and they're completely overwhelmed. And they're overwhelmed with our kids, they're overwhelmed in the workplace, they're overwhelmed with our senior citizens. And that overwhelmed behavioral health system, unfortunately, is not helping the number of people we need to help, which is resulting in record suicide rates and violence in the workplace, violence to oneself, violence to others. And we got to get at this. And so we step back, and just like you would do if you were launching a new business, we zero baselined it and said, what should our behavioral health system look like? And there's some really great standards out there. Arizona has done a super job. And so we picked the best of the best around the nation and created something called our Right Help Right Now system. And I've gone back to our legislators and I said, listen, I know we spend an extraordinary amount of money on this already, but we need to put another $600 million in this, $230 in a budget amendment, plus what we already had in our budget. And we have to build capacity. Capacity before people have a crisis, capacity when they're in a crisis, and capacity after a crisis. We've got to embed resources in schools. We have to use telemedicine. We've got to develop a pipeline of psychiatrists and psychiatric nurse practitioners. We got work to do, friends. And this is not, again, a magic wand we can wave on one topic. And what's been so encouraging is that on this topic, unlike many of them, everybody puts their political swords down and goes to work. And so I really do believe that Virginia will lead the nation in how to re-engineer and restructure a behavioral healthcare system that is able to give Virginians, and hopefully as we can export it to other places, Americans, the right help when they need it.
And you felt like that when you presented the problem, again, like you said, people put their political parties aside?
They do. It's not, this is a topic that every single family has been exposed to in some form or another. And one of our close family friends lost a son to fentanyl poisoning, and he thought he was taking one thing and it was something else, and he didn't wake up. And we've all been touched by this: substance abuse, depression, real sense of a desire to take one's life. I mean, it is horrific. And so this is one of these moments where we know that what we need to do is fix something that's broken, and we can come together and do it.
That's great. So our theme today is entitled Answering the Call. And I want to pull the lens back a little bit and ask...
Do we get caller ID on that?
Yeah, you can get caller ID on that.
Okay.
How would you talk to Americans about our role in the democracy? How would you diagnose, given you've been all over the state, Virginia is as representative as any state for the country. What did you find on the campaign trail, and how are you thinking about kind of the state of where we are today?
Well, I think first of all, we've allowed ourselves to fall into, I think, a trap of grievance politics. And grievance politics is I think, underpinned by myopic focus on oneself. Now, of course, we're worried about our issues. And when I meet with Virginians and we sit around the proverbial kitchen table, of course, we hear about issues that are impacting their lives from our veterans that are unable to access the services that they want, from parents who are frustrated with what's happening with their children, from our elderly that are worried about the kind of care they're going to get, from a young high school junior who I met recently who was worried about the kind of job that was going to be available for them. I mean, these are all the exact things that people should be worrying about. However, we also have to recognize that if we forget that we have to come together to work towards that proverbial shining city on the hill, and it's going to require us to get there, then we've lost all of the requirement to work together. And this is what I have really observed as I've had a chance to travel Virginia extensively. And as you said, Virginia is a microcosm for our nation. And what I hear over and over again is a desire to believe that it can in fact be better. But people's trust has been broken. And so that's why I'm so encouraged that we're making such strides, bringing common sense, yes, conservative solutions to these kitchen table issues, and we're seeing Virginia pivot live. I mean, I always enjoy ribbon cuttings and all those kinds of things, but it's the job numbers that matter. I love the fact that somebody anecdotally will come up to me and say, well, I just moved here from wherever, Ohio or Florida or New York or California. I love that. But what I love is when I look at the U-Haul data and see that Virginia is now 5th in the nation of one-way U-Haul trips. People are moving to Virginia. You know, we were 31st the year before last, and now we're 5th. I love the fact that parents now are going to receive this summer an individual report on how their child is doing in school. And parents are so excited to get this kind of information about their children. I love the fact that we've seen the enrollment in our police training academies starting to increase, and we're seeing people come to Virginia from other states and enroll in law enforcement. I had the best, and now I'm going to an anecdotal story, but I'm in New York, and I'm going up in one of those tall towers in New York, and there's a security guy there. And I just struck up a conversation with him. I said, who are you? Where are you from? And he said, you know, my name's Larry. And I said, well, tell me about you. And he said, well, I'm getting ready to get married, and I'm getting ready to have a child. And I said, well, that's awesome. And he said, and I can't think I can do it here. And I said, you should come to Virginia. And so meanwhile, our security detail was with us, and I asked one of the sergeants who was with me, Chris, I said, Chris, would you just exchange cards with this guy? 3 weeks later, he was enrolled in our state police academy, and he's moving to Virginia. So, you know.
And he rented a U-Haul.
And he rented a U-Haul to get there. I mean, this is good stuff. I mean, come on. But I think this is part of demonstrating that we can do better. And when we collectively believe we can do better, we will. And that's why I think that grievance politics has run its course, and we've got to put it down.
Well, and I do think that there's so many people who will corner a politician and say, this is what I need you to do. The question I have is, what should governments not do?
Yeah.
Have you had to exercise restraint?
Yeah, it's one of the realities when you step in as a newly elected governor, in my case, and you step into a Virginia system where the budget that you inherit is one that was submitted by the previous governor on his or her way out the door. Right? Wait a minute, no, I get to do a budget. Didn't I just get elected? No, that's not the way it works. You get the last person's budget. And so you constantly have to figure out what you want to do and what you don't want to do. And this is how we go find billions of dollars of money that doesn't need to be spent. Now, a lot of it is mandated through a bill that was passed, and it's in code. You must. And so we actually put together lists of things that we're going to go back to our legislative session and try to get a bill passed to stop doing them. Because the way government works, I know this is going to shock all of you, is they continue to do everything that they're doing, and then they add new stuff on top. And that's why government grows 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% a year for a long period of time, and you wake up. And a state like Virginia, which 10 years ago had a $13 or $14 billion general fund budget, now has a $30 billion general fund budget. And we get $40 billion from the federal government, and now we're running a $70 billion government. And it can be reset. We've just got to stop doing some things.
And that kind of restraint, having a government that works smarter, do you think that that's transferable to the federal level as well?
Well, let me first begin with one of the things it does is it energizes the workforce. Now, I know this is kind of shocking, but I don't have stock options that I can hand out the workforce, and we don't have bonuses that we can really pay, although we're trying to put merit pay in. But we do celebrate wins, and it's hugely important when you have wins that the folks that are doing the work get credit. And And when you walk into a meeting and you say, hi, my name's Glenn, I'm the governor, and I'd like to start measuring everything that you're doing and report it back, they immediately go run for cover. They say, this is going to be a disaster. And then I always follow up with, let me just tell you my job. My job is to step forward and take the arrows for you. And my job is also to allow you to celebrate the success when we have it. And none of them believed me until we had our first misstep. And I stepped forward and I said, that's on me. That's on me. I'm the governor. And then all of a sudden, people started to, well, wait a minute. Maybe we can, in fact, take some risk and do some things that might not be successful, but he'll cover for us. This is a hugely important trust factor in a workforce, and you know this from running businesses. How that translates to the federal government, there's people here who have a lot more experience than me in the room, clearly. But the principles have to be the same, which is one, you gotta show up. Second of all, they have to know what their expectations are and that there will be accountability, but there'll also be resources to redirect and fix. And finally, you have to value people. And the number one thing I always hear from our agencies and departments as I systematically visit them is just a sincere thank you for coming. We've never seen a governor here before, not to mention a secretary. And I just think that's part of our job.
And do you think your private sector background has been a help? Or do people look at you like you're going to be passing through and they can wait you out?
Well, I have this intense urgency to everything we do. And so I'm challenging everybody, just try to wait me out. We're going to move quick and you got to keep up. I'll go back. I think that there was a little skepticism at the beginning that the many things that we were putting in motion all at one time we're going to have a sustained effort behind them. But it didn't take long to break down that suspicion. And the sustained effort has continued, and the successes are really building momentum across a workforce that I think really, really appreciates it.
That's great. And so now, as you're a veteran of your office after a good 15 months in a legislative session, what are you most optimistic about for your state right now?
Well, I'm first most optimistic about the fact that we can take very, very challenging problems and bring very complicated solutions, and we can move them all at one time and make real progress. This is something that we do in business. We know this. I didn't know if it was going to transfer in government, folks. It does. But what I'm also excited about is seeing how we can bring people together in order to truly transform things. And Ken, I'll share with you. There's a city outside Richmond called Petersburg, Virginia. And Petersburg, Virginia, it has really suffered. They're near the bottom in just about every state ranking, from educational outcomes and crime outcomes and economic growth and life expectancy. And so I got to know the mayor, and I think if I got more than 10% of the vote in this city, I'd be surprised. But I got to be friends with the mayor, and I stepped back and I said, let's run an experiment together. Let's comprehensively try to empower Petersburg across all elements: crime, education, health outcomes, workforce development and job development, transportation infrastructure investment, and community building. Let's get the churches back engaged in Petersburg. Let's get the nonprofits back engaged in Petersburg. And so he looked at me, he said, I'm in. And so we launched last summer. And the First Lady and I spend a lot of time in Petersburg. And what we have found is that the gravity pull of activity and progress creates a self-fulfilling destination that people want to be part of. And so today, we've got 42 different initiatives, 70 corporate or nonprofit partners running across all these areas. The chief of police in Petersburg told me recently that in the last 6 months, violent crime has gone down over 65% in Petersburg. Because guess what? We put more cops on the street, and it works. And we all of a sudden have multi-$100-million developments going on in Petersburg, and the developers are running trying to get the corner block to build something. And we have the YMCA and communities and schools working in order to expand before school and after school and weekend programs in the elementary schools. And we ran a Shark Tank. And we got $500,000 in the Founders Fund, and we handed out $25,000 grants to businesses for entrepreneurs to get started. And now there's a whole round of folks wanting to do it again. We partnered with the local historically black college there, Virginia State, and we're tutoring kids in the highest, and it's comprehensive. And what has been really fun is that this isn't government doing it. It's just facilitating and believing that they can do it. And this city is transforming.
That's great. Now, being governor, I know can be a little bit lonely, and you have a partner who has strong connections to this community, as well as a son. But let's talk about the role of the First Lady in getting all this stuff done and being there for you, for the state.
Well, first of all, I have to admit, I didn't fully disclose to my amazing wife, Suzanne, that the role of First Lady in Virginia is a full-time job. And so she tells me, she says, yes, I'm off to do my job that I didn't interview for. And it's amazing to watch her go because everybody says up front, well, what's your First Lady's agenda going to be? And she said, I don't really have one. I want to celebrate goodness across the Commonwealth of Virginia when everybody talks about badness. And I want to support the governor's agenda. And so we have gravitated towards some very important issues. One, she is a huge advocate for women and girls and creating opportunities for women and girls, workforce and education and healthcare support. But we started a series of awards, which we call the Spirit of Virginia Award, and we hand out 6 a year. And there's a coffee table book if anybody wants one. We can put it next to your book, which would be great. But I think this idea of shining a bright light on good works is so important. But then she has been the absolute face of our efforts in combating fentanyl and overdoses and our efforts in behavioral health. And I've sat in rooms with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, and I've watched her open up a listening session that's supposed to be focused on me, and I literally will wander around the back of the stage and sit down because she's got it. And it's amazing to watch the work that she's able to do, and it's so much fun to be doing it with her.
Great. And to put a good SMU education in
absolutely.
Practice.
She does wear her pony stuff around all the time, which I keep telling her that doesn't quite fit. But
in the limited time we have left, I'd like to do a little lightning round.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Can I pass if I don't like it?
You can pass if you want. I may ask it again. If democracy were a stock, would you be long or short?
I would be long. But I'd want a management change along the way, I think.
Good. Who is your favorite founding father?
That's like asking me which one of my children I love most. And this is not a lightning round, but I'm just going to tell you, I got a lot to choose from in the Commonwealth of Virginia. But at the heart, we had a sword in Washington, and we had a pen in Jefferson and Madison, and we had the voice of democracy, of this great American experiment in Patrick Henry. And each of them, and George Mason wrote our Bill of Rights, and I mean, it's just an amazing group of founders that I am fascinated with, and I live among them. I mean, their portraits hang in my home, and when I walk to work, I walk by a statue in their buildings. But I have to say, each one had such a monumental impact on our outcome, and none of them would have been able to accomplish it on their own. It took all of them. I'm particularly in awe of George Washington. And when you think about everything that he did and the way that he went about his work, you can put it to the side when you remember that he voluntarily stepped down after 2 terms of president, and he left and went back to his beloved Mount Vernon. And he said, I trust the people that are there. It's their job now.
Great.
That's just amazing.
Okay.
That's lightning round.
That's the lightning round. Speaking of impact, which teacher had the biggest impact on you, any grade?
So I had great teachers, and I know we all have those that we remember. There are many of them. But I'm always reminded there was a woman named Pat Hume in 9th grade who gave me my very first C in life. And boy, she shook me. And I think it was on like the Canterbury Tales or something, which I think everybody gets a C in, so I didn't feel that bad about it. But Pat Hume woke me up.
That's great. What are you binge watching right now?
What do you watch? What do you binge watch on? Oh, television.
No,
oh, okay. That would require me to turn the television on.
Never mind. I'll consider that a pass. Who picked out your red vest?
I did, and my wife has now redesigned her own. Yeah.
Great. And what keeps you up at night?
I sleep really well. I have to be honest. My head hits the pillow, I'm out.
Well, I'm tired just listening to you. I'd say that the sense of urgency that you brought to your office is so phenomenal. And the first step that I take away to restoring trust is valuing your team, and that means taking the arrows for them. I'm honored that you're here. Thank you. Please help me in thanking the Governor of Virginia.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, so much fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Great to see you. Take care.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock for a very, very exciting Studio 43 session on the transformations of technology.
Awesome. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Managing Director of Leadership and Programming at the George W. Bush Institute, Eva Chang.
Well, good afternoon. Did you have a good lunch? Yes. All right. Well, I'm excited to get to welcome you to our Studio 43. The goal of our Studio 43 conversations is to highlight issues that are major topics that may live in specialty circles today, but will be headlines tomorrow. In previous forums, we've focused on issues like cybersecurity and changes to our polling science. And today we're going to dig into technology and how technology has changed how we go about our lives, stay connected, and do business. I think we can all agree that technology is very important. As a matter of fact, Americans believe that the biggest advancement in our lives in the past 50 years has been technology, after medicine and health. But look at those numbers. It's not even close. And we know that technology has made our lives more convenient. We can order our food and our shoes and even our medicine, and it shows up right at our doors, and there's very little hassle. Did you know this? Today alone, Uber will be making 23 million rides and deliveries. Think about that. That means in the time it takes for you to enjoy the next 2 conversations, 1 million rides and deliveries will be happening. That's crazy, right? There's so much more. From our computers, we can work from anywhere in the world. We're meeting our significant others online in places like Match.com, and we're connecting with old friends that we haven't seen in years on social media. But like anything, there are 2 sides to this coin. So even though we have all of this wonderful technology that has the potential to connect us together, we are lonelier and more divided than ever. For example, did you know that 1 in 3 Americans report feeling lonely or isolated? And when you look at 18 to 24-year-olds, that number goes up to 61%. So while we have all of these increasing rates of technology and internet usage, we also have increasing rates of loneliness and anxiety. Our 2 panelists today are going to help us navigate through this new reality of connection. And we're going to talk about all of the amazing things that technology can do to get us more connected, as well as the dangers and the unintended consequences that we're faced with today. So let me introduce my 2 panelists to you today. First, we have Mandy Ginsberg. She's the former CEO of Match.com, and she currently advises companies like Uber and ThredUp and Advent International. She's going to share with us her amazing experience of building these digital communities that are actually designed to help people make more meaningful connections in real life. And joining her is Nikki Krishnamurthy. She's the Chief People Officer at Uber. She's been in human resources for 3 decades, and she's going to share her insights on how she's seen technology change the way that we approach work. So, will you help me welcome them to the stage? All right, welcome. All right, well, welcome, ladies, to the Bush Center. And Mandy, let's start with you. How have you seen technology change how we connect?
Before I start, I just wanted to sort of make a point. It's great to be here. I can't believe we're in this incredible city and SMU, and then this incredible presidential center. What I will tell you when it comes to technology, it is changing our lives. We know that. Every single person in the room is using technology on a day-to-day basis. But what you might not have known is that I think a lot of us are from Texas in the room. I know there's people joining us from all over the world, but I grew up in Dallas. And one of the biggest innovations in technology is really the business that I ran for a long time, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that, but it's right in our backyard. And so the point I'm making is that not only is technology impacting millions and millions and millions of people around the world, it's not just coming from Silicon Valley, it's coming right from our backyard here in Texas. So.
Yeah, it's amazing.
One thing I just wanted to start with, based on maybe some gray hair in the room, maybe that dating apps or dating platforms seem unusual or strange for people, but just a show of hands, I'm not going to ask who's on dating apps.
I thought that's That's where you were going.
Now, but a show of hands, who knows someone who has met on a dating app? Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty much almost 100%, maybe 90%. That's actually about the number. So when I started at Match in 2005, 2% of relationships in the US were from dating websites because there was no such thing as apps. And today, 50% of relationships in the US and Western Europe are from dating platforms, which is pretty profound. And so I would say the world is changing, and it's changing fast over the last 15 years. And although we looked at some of the stats that maybe are the negative implications, and we'll talk about those, I think what is hopeful is that we have the ability, using technology, to change people's lives in a positive way.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, Nikki, what would you add to this?
Yeah, I echo what Mandy just said, though. I feel very honored to be here to have this conversation with all of you and get to meet people. Everybody has such interesting stories. I was actually born in Dallas, so I have never been here since I moved away when I was 2 years old. So I also
welcome back.
Thank you. Yes, I consider myself an original Texan. So technology is definitely woven into everything that we do. Specifically, Uber even mentioned about the number of rides and deliveries that happen every day. And it's amazing how much technology, specifically for Uber, is around trying to make life easier for people. So it's trying to bring technology, but into the real world. I mean, that is 23 million interactions between people every day just through the use of technology. So we find ourselves in this unique position that a lot of people think of technology as something that is out there, and the technology Uber builds is really thinking about how do you intersect with the real world. It's not just out there somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's amazing.
So it helps smooth the path of getting people together, but that's not always true, right? So I mentioned in my opening, you probably heard, people feel more isolated than ever. So what do you see that's going on?
Well, we are in unique businesses because we are sort of, this is ironic, we actually don't want you to be on our platforms. We want you to click on to get out in the world. So, so for Match and Tinder and all the businesses that I work on, we want you to go out on that coffee date and really get off your devices and fall in love. And with Uber, similar to Uber, we want you to get in the car and get to where you need to go or get the things you need. So our goal is not, unlike social media, is not to keep people on these platforms and keep eyeballs in the platforms. And we don't monetize or make money off of people staying on our platforms and spending hours on platforms. I think what's happening, and we all see the stats, and for those of us who have teenagers, we really feel it. There is too much time being spent on your device like this. Yeah. On average, teenagers spend 8 hours a day, which is crazy, on technology. And I think that it's something that we, this is sort of there's so much efficiency and so much great things that technology can do, but the flip side is the loneliness and isolation. And I think there are things that we can and should do as a society, as parents, as government, but we've got a ways to go, because what I don't think we sort of realize, and it's funny, I've got a daughter who is pre-app, and I've got a daughter who's post-apps, and even sort of watching them.
Pre-app and post-apps, that's a new.
And so, but in 2010, only 5% of teenagers would log in every day to social media apps. By 2014, 80% were logging in and pretty much online all the time, and now those numbers are even higher. So things have shifted so much in terms of teen behavior, and we have to catch up and figure out what should we be doing to be able to curtail some of that behavior that's not always positive.
Yeah, and Nikki, you know, you would think we have all this access to information. When we're on, that's what we see, all this information. It would broaden our perspectives. But that's not what's happening, or at least that's not what it seems like happening. It's narrowing it. So what does that mean? What are you seeing? Why is this creating more isolation?
Yeah, what you say, I think, does happen, meaning with all the access that we have to information through technology, I think the original thinking is that it just gives you such a broad perspective of different ideas. But at least what we experience is that it is such easy to really, though, cut out those perspectives that you don't want to hear. It's very easy to say, that's not somebody that thinks like me, so I just won't listen to that person. And we see it, unfortunately, a decent amount at Uber. When there's anonymity to people and not having to put your name to something, you can see people not have some of those normal courtesies that you have in person. Some of those normal ways you might want to ask a tough question, but you say it respectfully because your name is attached to it and you think about it, that other person is a human. And when it's online, and even worse when you're anonymous online, I think that it can become very, very negative. So it's the dual side of technology. Like, you have access to so much diversity, and we can learn so much through that diversity, but it's also just as easy to shut off that diversity.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to comment. I do think that people have so much ingenuity when it comes to technology, and I'll give one example, and I know Uber, when we talked before, Uber's got some really interesting ways about how people leverage technology for the good. So I was running Match and Tinder, and this was during the protest in Hong Kong, and we saw some really unusual activity happening, which was a little strange. And just for those of you who haven't used Tinder or dating apps, so we're really one-to-one communication. We're not like Twitter or Facebook or Instagram where it's one-to-many. So people are dating and they're communicating one-to-one. Anyway, the app was blowing up in Hong Kong, meaning a lot of activity. And I was like, what the heck is going on? Why are people dating so much in the middle of all these protests? This makes no sense. But what we found is that that users were being very smart about communication and organizing where to go protest by getting on these apps and telling people to get on these apps, and they were using it not to date, but to have one-on-one conversations, like thousands and thousands of them, to mobilize and tell people where to go. So I've been pretty impressed to see how people can use like a basic platform to do something that we didn't certainly intend for it to do. And I think for Uber, there's a lot of really great intention in terms of how Uber has mobilized the platform. And full disclosure, I'm on the Uber board, so I probably know a little bit more about Uber than
the average person.
Yes.
Yes.
And so, Nikki, have you seen people using Uber in ingenious ways, or are you all using it in ingenious ways?
I would say, you know, Mendy's talking about how people wind up engaging, but Uber definitely tries to do things that are more ingenious in that one of the key things I know I'm very proud of is what we've done in the Ukraine and all of the, not just the free rides that we've provided, but there's transportation needs in the Ukraine that they don't necessarily need drivers for, but they need the application for it. So we designed it for them and are letting them use it for free so that they can move supplies around. They don't need all of our service, but they needed the technology behind it. And I'm very proud of all of that stuff. That's enabling us to really help a community of people that desperately need help. And it's through technology. It's one of the reasons why I love technology. I just think that it has to have, you have to have responsibility with it as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to pick up on something you were saying a little earlier about this anonymity at work.
Sure.
So we hear these, at least I'm hearing this great resignation and quiet quitting, and it feels like it's like the managers and CEOs versus the employees. So are you seeing this as well as a chief people officer when it comes to technology? How is this playing in, and what are you seeing?
I think it's shifting right now. I'll answer the question about the Great Resignation. I don't think many people expected that. I think a lot of people thought that resignations would go down during the pandemic, the idea being that people would get a little more risk adverse. And that's the exact opposite. I think, again, that came from the isolation. People were sitting at home working online, but I think they became more and more isolated. So a way to have something new and do something different is they were all changing jobs. They had the time to think about what did they want to do differently. And I think that that was something that we were dealing with for a good 2.5 years. But right now, in the last, call it 6 to maybe 12 weeks, it's actually the exact opposite that's happening right now. I think the power is shifting from employees to employers because of what's happening with tech companies right now. Our attrition has completely fallen off a cliff. Yeah. And so I think a new phase is being written right now. I get a lot of questions about the Great Resignation, and I'm like, that's a little bit of history. It's being shifted right now.
Yeah, and part of that, Mandy, is this remote work versus in-person. What have you seen in the companies you're advising?
Well, young people don't want to come into the office, and their managers and CEOs generally want them to. It's really a struggle. I think there's sort of a few advantages. I mean, one advantage is that, and Nikki and I have this debate, if you look out the next 10 years, I was in roles where I was extremely dependent on very good engineering talent, and you generally found good engineering talent in very small pockets in the country. That's changing. And I think that the more flexibility we give, the better ability for us to recruit and find incredible talent. So I think there's a benefit there. I think the downside is, I mean, think about it, is we all look at our own careers. I just remember my first 5, 10 years, I learned so much from watching my leaders, and I learned what I didn't want to be. I learned what I wanted to be, and I did it because I was sort of over their shoulder, peeking, sitting, listening to meetings or in conversations, even in hallway conversations, having coffee. That is changing, and I think that's the thing that I think the CEOs I work with are the most worried. And I'm on a couple of boards of younger stage companies where they're like, are we going to get that sort of entrepreneurial spirit and ingenuity, by the way, that's been driving the technology industry in the US? Are we going to lose that? And so I think we've been forcing and trying to figure out carrot or stick for young people, but there has been truly real resistant to people coming into the office. And you can get all the best food in the world and the best snack food in the world, but it's still hard. And we are sort of trying desperately to get people back to the office in a few of the companies I'm working with. And I think the same goes for Uber.
Yeah. Why Mandy said that we have a bit of a debate going on is it goes back to what I just said. I think things are shifting. What Mandy said, I would have agreed with 12 weeks ago, that I think there was a lot more power with the employees, and they were demanding the flexibility that they had become accustomed to during the pandemic. And we were struggling with it. But I think it's changing right now. And if you think about that isolation that we keep going back to, what we see at Uber is that the employees that are the most engaged and the most satisfied and the most productive do come to the office. And we think that it is because of that that in-person connection that they have. Yeah. We do know that they need flexibility, not just based on what they say. The most productive employees also have 2 hours of focus time each day. So what we're trying to do at Uber is figure out, based on that data, how do you put that together? How do you allow that flexibility that people are asking for, that we know make you more productive, but acknowledge that isolation feeling that people are having. So that's why, I think Mandy and I are in a debate, just like probably a lot of companies are, is which one is right and which one will actually happen. I honestly don't know. I don't know, but I know what we're trying to do and why we're trying to do it, and we're trying to balance both of those things.
I'm so embarrassed. I used to tell people, you want to work from home? You can work from home all you want between midnight and 7 a.m. I don't think it would fly today.
Are there any other sort of struggles you're seeing with technology coming into our workforce and we're just really reliant on it? Or is it more opportunity? Either one of you.
I mean, for me, the thing is, you cannot put the genie back in the bottle. It's gone. And I sort of think about my parents' generation, my grandparents' generation, what was the sort of the big, huge shift that happened? And frankly, the mobile device is one of those things that was just, it's so profound, and the way that people engage. I mean, we spent so much of our energy at Match Group focusing on young, emerging countries like India, Indonesia, some South Korea, not that it's emerging, but where we actually saw this huge leapfrog where young people were they didn't even have desktop, they're just, everything is on their device. And so sort of the genie's out. Like, there's no way of putting it back in the bottle. I think it's figuring out what are the right work norms, and then also what are the right social norms that it's going to be productive long term. And again, I sort of go back to, because there's a loneliness epidemic, and we didn't talk about it, but when COVID hit, I think that there was a fear like, oh no one's going to meet face to face. And by the way, they did, because all young people ignored all the precautions. But I said no one's going to meet. But what ended up happening is people were home, they were lonely, they were stuck at home, and the activity went up just meaningfully on all the apps. And what it sort of tells us is not sort of surprising, is that this is sort of Maslow's hierarchy. We have such a desire and need to be in love and to connect with people. And so we're wired that way, so there was no stopping it. And so I just feel like, given all the things that we are sort of working against, I do feel like we can leverage technology to help with the loneliness, to help support our young teens, to help figure out a way to make people healthier and improve their lives.
Yeah, and it's these social norms, especially at work, that I spend time thinking about. Like, I have all these people staring at me, there's lights in my face, and there was a moment where I thought, where's my phone? right? And our attention spans are shorter, et cetera. So Nikki, I mean, you're in charge of people. How are you seeing this play out? Anything you're doing to sort of work on these social norms and using our mobile devices?
Well, on the social norms, it's one of the reasons we want people back in the office, because we do see that people are more respectful. They care about their colleagues, and I think you lose a bit of that. And employees were telling us that during the pandemic, and we couldn't do anything to help them because we wanted to keep them safe from a health perspective. But we see that when people come in and have a human connection, even if they go away again for a week or 2 weeks, it just creates something very different. We also, we do an all hands every 2 weeks for the employees, and we took away the anonymous questions.
So they were able to type in anonymous questions or
Yeah, they were able to, and there were some nasty questions. Yeah, it was, you see with that anonymity that people just don't feel like they have to treat the other person like a human in ways that they would never, ever do if it was in person. And so so we try big things and small things, and so it's a small thing, but putting your name to your question completely changed the dynamic of the questions. You know, the original intent of anonymity is helping employees feel like they could be safe and they could ask the tough questions without what unintended though happened was that they wound up asking nasty questions sometimes. And so what we found is that we're building a great culture where you have to be respectful, so put your name to it, but you can still ask any hard question. And we've been doing that now for a few years, and I think it's working.
Okay, great. Mandy, anything to add?
I mean, I think that like you didn't ask this, but I think when it comes to anonymity, like in dating apps, you really don't know who that person is. Even in dating apps, you put your first name. And what I will tell you is that we see, well, because we have 20 brands or so and 50 million people on these platforms globally, we sort of are a reflection of society. So everything you sort of read in the paper or see out in the world is reflected on our apps. And by the way, people ask me all the time, how do you make sure long-term technology companies are safer? And I said, I don't know if you guys realize there's 2 female executives here. And I was like, you put mothers in the leadership positions, especially mothers who have children, and you want to make sure that these environments are safe for everybody. But what we found using truly technology and AI technology is how do we make sure we keep our platforms safer? And so it's not just what happens at work, and we have about 3,000 employees globally, not nearly like a tiny percentage of what Uber has, but what was happening is we had tens of millions of people on these platforms saying pretty horrible things to each other. And I think that even the divisiveness we see in this country and a lot of the sort of name calling or finger pointing that we see, we actually saw seeping in on these dating platforms. And so we went to work, we employed about 50 or so data analysts and AI experts who really identified word choice. There's no naked pictures on any of our platforms. We make sure of it, and we don't have that as policy clearly, but we also make sure that technology is there to protect people. But when there's bad behavior, when there's racism, when there's name calling, when there's inappropriate sexual misconduct or words that are offensive, we actually can spot it almost as quickly as people are typing it. And so that's a little unexpected. I wouldn't have thought, in 2005 when I started, that we need a whole army of people making sure that people are civil, because I don't think they'd be saying this if they were bumping into each other at church or through friends or at a bar. And so that's the big change that we've had to make.
So does that put you in a tricky position of figuring out where that line is of civility? Some things are obvious, you know it when you see it, but was it ever tricky to try to figure out what that is?
I think that yes, and I had, funny enough, a lot of people that we felt that were inappropriate dialogue and banter that we knocked them off the platform, and so we were a little bit conservative, and then they'd be reaching out to me on Instagram and on LinkedIn and on somehow find me to complain and beg to get back on the platforms because they had 2 dates and they didn't know how to get in touch with these people. But look, these are all judgment calls, and I will say that I kind of go back to I as a mom, and I have a daughter who's on these platforms, who's 24. I was like, you know what, I'd rather be more conservative and have people get mad at me for being kicked off the platform than not. And so I'd have to beg the mother judgment call, and I was sort of okay doing that, but it is complicated.
It is, and let's keep going on this security question because that's one of the big concerns with technology. So it's threats to your privacy and data. It's security threats. You're meeting, a million rides. You're going to meet a lot of people today. So first of all, what are you seeing companies do to help with some of these security threats? And then just broader, I'd love to hear from all of you on how we should be thinking about this idea of these security privacy threats when it comes to technology. Nikki, do you want to start?
Sure. It goes to that responsibility. When you have the technology, there's all these opportunities, but you have to think of it responsibly. I think companies are taking it more seriously and putting some effort, not just as an afterthought, but in the front of how do you build this technology to be, one, maybe I should start with, I recognize what Mandy said, is that you have to understand that whatever you put out there is a reflection of the society, and so there will be safety issues. And I think that, maybe years ago, people didn't want to accept that, so it was always more of an afterthought. And I think that companies now are more and more saying it has to be a part of the design. How do you make this as safe as possible? Number one. Number two, and when it's not, how can you deal with that? How can you mitigate those things? And I see, because of the time I've been in technology, I see more and more companies think about that, safety by design, as opposed to what is the risk mitigation factors. And I think that's been a very big shift over the last, call it 5 to 15 years, more and more safety by design. Specifically, Uber, one is I think we were pretty revolutionary in that we put out what were the safety incidents, and nobody really had access to know that before. And I think that was pretty bold of us saying, how can we put out there, which a lot of people would say puts us at risk, but if we're going to start to really address these issues, we can't do that without being transparent about what safety incidents happen on our platform. And that meant literally categorizing what are the different types of incidents that you have. If you just think about sexual harassment, there's all different levels of sexual harassment. You can't just bucket it in one thing because somebody touching you inappropriate is very different than somebody saying something to you that just made you slightly uncomfortable. Both are issues. We make sure that we're building technology on auto recordings and stuff like that so that we can go back. But we have to think about privacy as well. How do you keep people safe, have records when something doesn't go well, but also respect people's privacy? And we have to think about each and every one of those things. Uber operates in over 70 countries, and so we also have to think about the local laws. And so sometimes what our philosophy is on something and wanting to keep people safe could actually be something that is not well thought of in that country specifically. So we have to navigate a lot of the things of what is our philosophy about safety. It's actually one of our company values, safety, but it's not always that way in those local countries. Yeah. There's a lot of complexity to navigate.
Yeah, and thought about that. And you have to think about the cultural norms in each of the countries. So it's great that you guys are doing that. Mandy, what would you add?
Well, you mentioned in the intro that, Uber has 23 million rides. So think about that. I know there's not one-to-one, but if you have 40 million people that are connecting, and these are complete strangers, and they're connecting when they go from place to place, that is a pretty profound number of people. And on all of our dating apps, millions of people every day go on dates. The challenge that we have with dating apps is that it's not that people are meeting, but it's that they might go on their 5th date or 10th date and something could go wrong and they're off our platforms. Fortunately for platforms like Uber, usually the connection is when the ride is live. But we actually studied a lot of what Uber was doing because this safety report was really pretty instrumental in getting the entire industry to feel comfortable about putting information out about safety. The reality is that bad things happened on all these platforms. I would sit in the worst time in my life was when I would have someone come to me and said, Mandy, there's been a reported rape. What do you want to do? I was like, one is too many. And so there is a lot of things that we had to do as people who are connecting strangers, which is one, making sure that we educated our users. 2, making sure that we put a series of features right inside the apps And when you put a series of features right inside the apps, including Uber, for those of us who've driven Uber, you open it up and there's a safety feature, and you know that you can push a button to complain about safety issues. You know that there's oftentimes a camera in the car. We didn't have that advantage, but for us, we really try to put the power in front in people to say, if there's ever an issue, let us know when you haven't met someone or once you do, and also making sure that we were committed to really deal with this head on by putting together a safety issue. So we had the head of RAIN, which is the Rape Crisis Hotline that we put on our board, and there's about 10 people from law enforcement to really think through how do we educate and what do we do. And at the end of the day, if you tell bad actors that this is not the platform where you're going to be able to get away with it, they actually get scared and they will go elsewhere to create havoc. And we just wanted to make sure that every single person who came on our platform knew that we had their back and we were focused on this every day.
What Mandy said, I would build on something, and it's slightly different for Uber because we do also have to, we take more conservative approach if we need to, we call it deactivate a driver, if there's any incidences. But when you do that, if you're too conservative, you have to remember that you're affecting somebody's earnings. And so for us, there's this delicate balance of trying to make it as safe as possible, but understand that if you're too conservative, you could be deactivating somebody that's done nothing wrong, and now you're affecting their earnings. So that is something that we're always trying to balance, the fact that when it comes to safety, we definitely want to educate the consumer. Like Mandy said, you can hit 911 from the app, you can share your location from the app, so we've built that for the consumer, but we also have to think about the earners that are driving people around. And because we need safety on both sides, and unfortunately, sometimes it's actually the consumer that is at fault, not the driver.
Yeah, and so when you're thinking about safety and security, you both said you're moms. Mm-hmm. Would you be willing to share your rules with your kids about using technology and the safety and security you put in place for them?
Can I get some advice from people in the audience?
That's what I meant to do.
I just told Mrs. Bush that I have a 14-year-old daughter. I hope she never sees this. I said, this is the worst job because you can't fire them and you can't quit. So, but it's really an ongoing challenge, I think, especially for girls. I think we saw, I can't remember if you showed the data, but girls between 10 and 14 in this country, in the recent study that came out in February, showed that nearly a third of those girls had suicidal thoughts. That's profound and a huge change from 10 years ago. It's really scary stuff. It happens when the girls pull out their apps and see where they didn't get invited over the weekend or at that moment. So this is something that is very much, I wish I could just allow my girls to get apps or phones when they're like 18, but that's also not very practical too. But look, this is sort of, we are that generation where we have to really think through what are the guardrails. And I think it's really interesting, there's legislation that is trying to get passed in Utah that said parents should have to agree to making sure that their children, or that the children should not have privacy when it comes to their parents. So they have to make decisions about their children's usage of apps. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think a lot of parents out there, they don't even know what Snapchat is. And so they should be more aware and be more involved and have the ability to, to censor and allow their kids to have these technology or these applications.
Okay. Nikki, anything to add?
So it's an active conversation. I actually think that I was much better pre-pandemic. I think it became challenging during the pandemic because what is there to do? You're locking your kids in the house. Schools somewhat fell apart, so there wasn't very much focus and those types of things. And yet now I'm trying to slowly pull some of that control back. So it's an active conversation. Yeah. I have a 17-year-old boy, a 15-year-old boy, and a 13-year-old girl. And so all different phases as well. It's harder with the 17-year-old because he's about to go to college. So how much can I control what he does? But he's probably also the best of the three because he was older when the pandemic hit. So I think that he had already not been able to be on devices as much.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I meant is I definitely messed up a bunch during the pandemic. I definitely
I think we all did,
yeah.
so you're good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, and so interestingly, I think I'm hearing you say there's these responsibilities of the technology companies, and you outlined some of them, and then there's these responsibilities of individuals, right? So can you talk about that balance of if we're gonna keep tech safe, What are the main responsibilities on both sides? Either one of you, go for it.
Look, I think that we now know a lot more in terms of mental health and what these devices are addictive. I mean, for those of you who I can see sort of looking down, we're all addicted to our devices, including email. And so when we get the dopamine hits, believe me, it's happening to our kids a lot more. And so I think that we have a real epidemic. We talked about the mental health this morning and about what that means. It's starting young and younger. And so it's really trying to educate ourselves and making sure that technology companies have responsibility. I will just tell you, and not to sort of point out the big technology companies, but people who run technology, Apple knows who's on their platforms. They know how old they are, they know what they're doing. And so it's not just us, meaning parents and society and government, but I do think that technology companies do have a responsibility because they know more about you than you probably know about yourself, certainly more than you know about your own children and what they're doing. And they have the ability to curtail bad behavior. And I feel like we have to, as a society, hold them accountable to those norms too.
Yeah, wow, you just said something. They know you better and your children than you probably do because of all the data we have, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Nikki?
I would agree with everything Mandy said. I would say, I'll give the opposite side though, is that I think that as a society and as individuals, we can't just rely on the companies to do it. I think that if we do, we're asking somebody else to take control of our lives and make those social norms or those standards for us. I think, as your question inferred, I think it's a two-way street. And I think one, we can keep demanding that tech companies take it seriously and think about how to design differently. But I think we also have to set the boundaries as well. What do we think as a society and as individuals is appropriate and what's not? I don't like the idea of giving somebody else control and power over what do I think is the right way to live.
Right.
And we see with China too. I mean, they're really trying to curtail behavior for gaming in the country. And so do we really want to go down that path? I don't think so, but we just have to figure out what are those standards and norms because spending 8-10 hours a day on devices is probably not healthy, and I think that competitive gap that we talked about in education and the lack of reading is going to get worse the longer this goes on.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, it's not all doom and gloom though, so let's end on a positive note. Tell me some amazing things that technology is doing for us. Nikki, do you want to start?
Sure. I think it's ironic that we didn't talk about it right now, but all the stuff with ChatGPT and AI. I mean, it's amazing and it's happening right now so fast. And of course, it's scaring people, but on the positive side, I think that if we think about how can we use it to solve problems that we've never been able to solve before, I think AI has tremendous power, but it will require us to think about how we want to apply it and what are those standards by which it's used for good rather than evil, but I'm super excited about ChatGPT.
That's a great segue because you're going to learn more about that in the next panel. Mandy, what would you add?
Okay, so I have two things. I mean, the things that motivate me the most and why I really believe in like this big marketplace in the gig economy and why I joined the board of Uber is because millions and millions and millions and millions of people are educating their children, paying rent, making a living using these platforms in a way that they never could have and have the flexibility that they never had before. So to me, the fact that there are tens of million people out there that are actually making a living through the gig economy and technology is really cool and profound. And then the last thing I'll say, which let's just end on a high. So when I was running Match Group for a long time, just right across the street, every day I would get dozens and dozens of wedding invitations. Aww. And I got the funniest letter. It was a really long letter. And it says, it was like, "Dear Miss Ginsburg, I am very unhappy with you right now." And I was like, oh God, where is this going? And it was a man who, all three of his daughters who worked, they had a salon together. They all three got on Match.com at the time, and they all three found partners and got engaged, and he had to pay for 3 weddings at the same time. And he asked if I wanted to lessen the load. He's like, we can sponsor, Match can sponsor these weddings. But he did say that these women's lives, his daughters' lives were changed because they never would have met their partners and the love of their lives had it not been for technology and these platforms. So I think there's a lot of good hope, love, and opportunity in the world to make people's lives better.
What a wonderful story to end on. So you heard it here. The genie's out of the bottle. Technology's here. We have a responsibility. Technology companies have a responsibility. But look at the amazing things that can happen if we can harness this power for good. Will you join me in thanking our panelists today for this great conversation?
Please welcome back the Director of the Bush Institute SMU Economic Growth Initiative, Cullum Clark.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Welcome to our second session of Studio 43. Our topic is man versus the machine. So, ladies and gentlemen, the machines are coming. And by that I mean artificial intelligence-powered computers that can generate well-written, deeply informative answers to virtually any question in a matter of seconds. And more profoundly, machines that will be able to make better decisions than humans in a wide variety of settings, drawing on far more data and with fewer human foibles. And the machines are coming fast. So a prominent economist recently gave one of his college exams to the AI program ChatGPT, and the machine got a D. But the very next generation of the technology, GPT-4, which came out just several months later, easily earned an A. So the question arises, are the machines coming to help us, to make us more innovative and more productive and improve human well-being? Or should we worry that they will threaten our jobs, our national security, and maybe even worse? So Goldman Sachs economists recently put out a report looking at a long list of occupations. And they concluded that AI will eliminate a great many jobs, like all past technology revolutions. But they also concluded that in the vast majority of occupations, people will still be doing them, only much more productively. Others predict a new golden age of science and technology as the AIs write their own software and solve previously impenetrable scientific puzzles. On the other hand, some worry that the machines will develop a mind of their own and turn against us, like the rogue computers in 2001, A Space Odyssey, and The Matrix. Elon Musk and 1,000 other technologists recently put out a call for a 6-month moratorium on all AI research to give humanity time to figure out how can we regulate this technology. At the Bush Institute, we watch all these trends closely, but we're especially interested in how we can prepare the American people for an age featuring technology that may be more transformational than anything since the printing press. So I'd like to show you really quickly what AI can do, but let me first ask for a show of hands. Who has tried out ChatGPT? Okay, I'm going to say it's about 1/4 of the room. Who's tried DALL-E? Good job, Mies. Much fewer. Okay, so DALL-E generates images from text. And after all, a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So let me show you something. This is my 26-year-old daughter, Lily. So I asked DALL-E to generate a portrait of Lily Clark of Dallas in the style of Picasso, and in less than 5 seconds, it gave me this. I then, it so happens my wife and I are recently empty nesters. We're about to adopt a puppy. So I asked for an Italian greyhound in the style of Van Gogh and got this. Then I ran a third experiment, and I got this picture. And who can guess what it is I punched in? Okay, the answer is Abraham Lincoln in the painting style of President George W. Bush. Now, at first, I left out the term painting style and got this weird amalgam of the two presidents' faces, which was kind of cool, but also spooky. You just don't know what you're going to get with AI. And on that note, it is my honor to welcome our panelists to the stage.
Hello. The panelists this morning got comfortable chairs.
Yeah, what the hell?
Is technology a downgrade?
You're sitting in the chairs of the future. Like the Jetsons.
Like the Jets.
We are delighted this afternoon to have two leading experts, thought leaders, and real-world implementers of AI with us in Studio 43. Both are currently engaged in bringing AI tools to life in the real world. John Donovan is lead independent director of Palo Alto Networks and a director at Lockheed Martin, also a former chair of the National Security Telecommunications Advisory Committee and former CEO of AT&T Communications. And through his investment firm, Qudit, he focuses today on long-term investments in AI as well as high performance and quantum computing. Dave Copps is CEO of Worlds, which has created a platform for building the industrial metaverse, and he's a serial entrepreneur and technologist. He's a member of the Aspen Institute's Roundtable on AI, a frequent speaker at MIT's annual MTech conference on AI, a member of the U.S. Council on Competitiveness, advising the government on disruptive technologies. Good luck with that. And as he puts it, a startup guy who likes to geek out about AI and how it will change the world. So, great to have you all here.
Thanks.
Dave, let's start with you. Let's assume, you heard the audience, a number of people have tried ChatGPT. Let's assume that people in the audience have read something about this, maybe tried out ChatGPT in a number of cases. So can you look beyond the recent headlines and tell us what really is AI and where is it headed?
Yeah, well, you know, we're all getting a glimpse of it now, what's possible. So to give you an idea of how fast it's moving, so Facebook took 10 months to get to its 1 million users. ChatGPT took 5 days. You know, so there's a very powerful combination when you take a very powerful technology and mix it with attention or accessibility, right? So they took a powerful technology and made it accessible to millions of people around the world, and incredible things are happening. So, you know, put some numbers behind it just to give you an idea of because I'm like I said, I have to geek out on AI a little bit, but the numbers behind ChatGPT are pretty amazing. So they took 45 terabytes of text and compressed that down to 175 gigabytes. It could fit on any of your laptops, right? You talked about stable diffusion, the art that you showed. 100,000 gigabytes of images were compressed down into a 1.6 gigabyte file. Could fit in your watch, right? How is that possible? So something really amazing just happened, and we're all kind of just becoming present to it. You know, the days of big data are going away. It's not about storing a lot of data. Compression is the new intelligence. So how do we get 100,000 gigabytes of images down to a 1.6 gigabyte file? It's not storing the images anymore. We're teaching AIs to do principle-based learning. It's understanding how the images were created and the styles of certain people, the things, and with text, it's looking between the words and underneath the sentences and things like that. It's a principle-based learning, which is something that's never happened before. So these large language models like ChatGPT are going to become the new platforms, the new iOS, the new Android. We're already starting to see it. Applications are popping up on these large language models. And so it's a pretty big change. I think we're maybe even underestimating it.
Excellent. John, where do you think the technology is headed?
Well, I would start by making a parallel. I think you have the internet, mobile, as far as big waves, like tsunamis. This is one of those. It'll be a decade. But I think a framework helps, right? Because everybody, first of all, I think we should talk about AI everywhere. I'm glad Larry Summers brought it up. I think every panel should have a small portion of it. I just heard the last panel, they say it. And the reason is we have to start to get it into the forefront of our brain. So let me just give you a simple framework that I use to think about it so it's not intimidating. There are 3 kinds of AI and 3 things it does. The 3 kinds of AI, it's whole brain emulation. Why would you want to emulate a whole brain? And it was for what Larry Summers talked about this morning. If you can't spell, the machine can help you spell. If you can't speak a language, you can help you speak a language. I'm terrible at math. Well, there'd be nobody who's terrible at math because the answer will be at your fingertips. And so we get fascinated with artwork, but for an artist, they'd look at that and say, that stuff's junk. But for those that aren't artists, that's like a nice thing. The same way a mathematician would look and say, these things can never do the kinds of math we do. And so whole brain emulation is fairly benign, and it's nothing but helpful. And then the second type is a brain extension. If I sound smart because I read 2 books, imagine if I have a resource that read all books. But it would allow us to do a whole bunch of things we may not do. And then the one that is scary the one that is referenced for its fear, is superintelligence. And that's where the machine starts to train itself. When it starts determining what's relevant, where the human intervention is, and so we can accidentally get there by not paying attention and just being fascinated by what we're able to allow machines to do. It's like, you know, you sit with a room of physicists who won Nobel Prizes, they could sit and figure out quantum mechanics and figure out how we're all connected, or they can build nuclear bombs. It's the same inherent skill, and I think that's the same thing here. So when you look at those types, there's only one that we should worry about. And then you look and say, well, what kind of things do they do? What does everything we do, it can do faster. A machine can drive, may not be a better driver, but can drive 1,000,000 miles tonight, and I can't. It can solve problems that I might be able to solve and just do it faster. And then it can kind of collaborate, in which case, you know, we're gonna find new frontiers.
It's funny, you were mentioning the art was junk. I was trying to contemplate whether I might get a trademark on the President Bush knockoff.
No, you can't.
But,
you can't.
It probably wouldn't be a good idea anyhow.
I want to point out for the audience, though, I actually had a video where I had President Bush explaining AI that was computer generated that would make him sound like brilliant as the person who invented AI. Because I figure if Al Gore invented the internet, we need an inventor, a government inventor for AI. So why not President Bush?
Totally outplayed Vice President Gore. So I'd like to follow up on the point that we don't fundamentally know how they are learning in some cases, right? So every day we use products that you could say, none of us have any idea other than a few engineers how they actually work, but we trust that there is an expert someplace who can vouch for them. Okay, so Dave, why don't you start with this? Is AI something entirely different?
Yes. Should I go on?
Please do. Add some color to that.
Yeah, okay. So I think we're in the middle of this evolution of trust with AI. You know, as humans, we trust each other through our relationships, right? Technology is very different. We develop trust with technology as it performs consistently. Here, I'll do my own little poll. Raise your hand if you trust AI. Nobody. Raise your hand if you use Alexa, Siri, Maps, things like that. Everybody. Nobody trusts AI, but everybody uses it every day. You know, so you trust those systems because they work consistently, and that's why you trust it. You know, in the government, they try to do something. There's this thing they call explainable AI, and they want everything, all AIs to be explainable. The truth of it is we can't do that. So when you hear a company saying we have explainable AI, it's really, really old AI, and you shouldn't buy it. You know, because AI, when we started AI, it was symbolic, right? You made rules, and you gave the AI rules to follow as it did things. And it was called symbolic AI, but rules-based learning. Something really amazing happened with reinforcement learning. Some of you may have heard about the game Go. It's a 13 by 13 board. But it has more possible moves than there are atoms in the universe. That's how complex it is, right? So Google built this AI using reinforcement learning that didn't learn from any data. This is the big change, right? And China has a lot of data, and we all thought that was the advantage they had over us with AI. Well, now AI doesn't need data anymore to learn. What they did with AlphaGo was they let it play itself in the game of Go, knowing nothing about it, starting from 1-to-1, to play itself in Go. And it did it 2,000 times or 5,000 times in a matter of weeks, because it can play accelerated, right? But it learned the game of Go, and in 2 weeks became better than the best player in the world, right? So that's a departure now. So now we have AIs that can learn on their own without humans kind of telling them, yeah, good job, bad job, right? So we have to, so getting back to the idea of trust, you know, as the AIs are accelerating their ability to learn like that, it's also deepening our not knowing. And so we're going to have to establish a trust. Some people know this about me. In college, I was an anthropology major. My mom was so disappointed. I switched my major from business to anthropology because I took a class on corporate culture. And I thought it was pretty cool. And actually, I do talks on culture now. It's a startup culture, you know, so good thing. But, you know, what's interesting about that, though, is that We talk a lot about how do you judge AI? Well, in anthropology, you do what they call ethnographies. And when you go study a culture, you go sit with the culture and you learn from them. I think that's the way we're going to have to test AI because we don't know how it's learning. So we can't test it from that perspective. Let's put it out in the wild, have it do things, and test what it's doing. And that's the way we'll be measuring AIs. But it's a wild new world.
So, John, can you also speak to this issue of trust? You talked to me about some things AI is doing that are spooky. I'd also like to ask, as a technologist, can we find a way towards building good relationships between what the AI does and what we're asking humans to trust?
Well, I think on the path to mainstream with most new technologies, they're spooky, and I define spooky as you saying, how could you know that? Creepy is when it makes a suggestion where you think, that was not somewhere I was going. It's sort of the difference between using maps, to use the prior example, using maps to get somewhere, and then the machine, based on your pattern, popping up and suggesting directions to drive home, and then it popping up and saying, "Here's where the strip district is." And you're like, where did that come from?
Yeah.
But that's what we need to be worried about. And I want to, if I could, disagree with the statement.
Right.
Yeah, and because I think that's part of the dialogue here, and it matters. I think AI needs to be explainable. And I think we shouldn't go faster than the pace at which we can source which data did it come from. Like when that New York Times writer took the machine away from the average answer and it took them to the underbelly of the internet, which trained the system. And when they said, leave your spouse, you don't love her. So those kinds of recommendations are not anomalous. They're actually in the corpus that taught them. So how do you do that? You have to say explainability. Like we have to stop taking data from sources that have bias, like inherent bias. We can't have the machines replicate the worst of us because that is also in the domain of what we could teach it. So I think that I don't want to disagree that some people don't know how machines are built. I will tell you at the depth of science today, we can do this at a pace where we do understand it and we can explain it, and we have to force ourselves to operate at that pace, not at the pace at which we can do something with novelty. So I'll remind you, like right now, Google, there's an academic research paper that says Google, when you ask it a question that has an answer, and you ask it in several ways across many languages, it was 55% accurate. ChatGPT jumped that number to the mid-60s, and GPT-4 is now at 80%. Now, I'll remind you, 20% is a big error rate if you're using it to assist with surgery or where to point armaments. These are problems, right? And so I don't think we should go faster than our ability to explain it. And I think there is technology in explainability that's pretty darn good.
So I'm an economist. I like to ask macroeconomic questions. You and I have talked economics a little bit. So as you know, there is a literature that basically argues, like Robert Gordon of Northwestern University argues that all of the wonders of IT that we have seen have not actually ushered in a world of faster innovation and faster economic growth. And he argues in particular that that's because revolutionary though they have all been, they're actually not as revolutionary as things from earlier eras like electricity and the internal combustion engine. Is that about to change? Why don't you go first on this one, John?
Well, I reject the premise that economists have put forward that productivity has not accelerated, because I think their methods of collection don't include some improvements in quality. Like they don't know how to measure the fact that I got a bunch of emails done last night, or I'm working on a plane flying, Mach 1 at 30,000 feet, not quite Mach 1, but like that stuff gets lost and it gets into the simplicity of per capita, but it also doesn't know how much I recreate while I'm at work.
Yes.
I'm just texting, getting answers to this and that, and scheduling a contractor in between meetings and all that stuff. So we've blurred it in a way where I think just looking at a simple economic indicator is not the right way to look at it, because I think the quality and richness of our lives are enhanced by connections and by us measuring an economic line, whatever line you want to call it, and say, well, below that used to like not have air conditioning and now it does. And, Levin, who says every time you go up to a homeless person on a corner, there's something in their possession that'll be nicer than what you have. Doesn't matter what you're driving, because like we keep raising our bar, and we do need to deal with what gets left behind 100%. But I reject the notion that we are not becoming more productive. I just don't think that it's yielding in ways that we used to measure it.
And are we on the cusp of an acceleration, almost no matter how we measure it?
I think so. I think so. Just look at what coming out of the pandemic, how fast we snapped back.
Amazing.
Yeah, it really was amazing.
You agree with that, Dave? On the cusp of an acceleration in
I do.
Growth and innovation?
Because when you think about it, what was holding back AI was that the environment wasn't ready, right? We've had AI since 1960 or even late 50s, right? But it's never had what we have today, which is massive compute ability. So we have supercomputers that if every one of us in the entire world can make one computation a second and do that for a year, that's basically what can happen in 1 second in one of our supercomputers. So we have compute power that's all of a sudden ending. We have the ability to transfer data. I think the fastest I've seen now is 1.3 petabytes a second. That's like the whole internet in 1 second, and so bandwidth is there, right? And now the software, you're seeing it now, right? This principle-based learning that we're talking about. So the pieces are all in place now for a rapid expansion. I'll couple that with the fact that we're in the 34th fold. You ever heard the thing about folding a piece of paper? If you fold it twice, it's still pretty thin, but when you get to 38 folds, it goes around the earth. And if you fold it another 40 times, it's to the moon, and 50 times, you can get to the sun, 51 times sun and back, right? It's this idea of doubling, right? And we've been doubling every year. We're in the 34th double right now. And so every year that goes by right now is bringing exponential change. It's not like another year. It's not linear anymore. It's exponential. And so the things that become possible every year from here on out are going to be unfathomable. And so the environment's really, really different, and then the last thing I'll say about it is what AI really brings is automation, right? So, and that's going to quicken everything, right?
So let's dare to dream here for a moment. Dave, why don't you go first? Could you tell us about one future AI application that you think is more likely than not to be affecting all our lives in the next, say, 5 to 10 years and would dramatically improve human well-being?
I'll tell you the one that I just became aware of 2 weeks ago. A brilliant woman's created a company called Organomet Bio. And for the last 14 years, or I think 15 years, she's been trying, her son died of heart disease. And when you have a heart transplant, you're on drugs the rest of your life, so that you can, and it's not a pretty thing. She's basically, using AI, she's collapsed 14 years of process down to 1 year now. What she's doing is creating customized, on-demand hearts, human hearts. And so from a skin cell, wow. She can actually grow a human heart, and your heart with your DNA. And so that will change the world. And it just gives you a peek also into what's possible, right? It's not just hearts, right? From a skin cell, we could create organs and things like that. That's just amazing to me.
John, what would be one big dream that you think AI could bring to life?
I'm a dreamer in general. Today's geopolitics, we move ideology and then we start to get into, ideological conflict, and then we get into diplomacy and then bilateral diplomacy, and then we get into cyber warfare, and then we work our way to kinetic warfare. My hope is that we will get to a point where the machine tells us the game is over before it starts, that's just not a way to go. And then there's a lot of steps in the interim. There's like getting this stuff to work so much better that you're playing a game of assets, removal of assets, and not taking a bunch of lives. And that we can, somewhere along the way here, come back and say, this never makes sense. Let's just come up with an alternative. And I think the journey down that, it's really productive for our Defense Department and our government to find ways to limit collateral damage to assets alone, so that we can get out of the torture of warfare that affects the people who had nothing to do perhaps with causing it. And I just think that those sorts of big picture things are on the table. And they're not like crazy ideas, because if you can make a heart from a skin cell, you can probably figure out a way to teach a despot that it's not worth the journey.
So that's very interesting. I can see that. Some would say almost every war in history was the result of a miscalculation on one side or the other. Yeah. Man versus machine. We've provocatively inserted the term versus into the middle of these other two words. So let's talk about some things that people tend to worry about. So maybe first, labor market effects. I quoted Goldman Sachs economists a few minutes ago. What if it's way worse than they say? Can we talk about what a highly disruptive labor market scenario looks like? Whoever would like to go. You'd like to go first on that?
Yeah, I'll go first. I don't like the versus, because I think it's a co-evolution.
Agreed.
Like, we're building the machines. The machine is sort of solving the problems we're asking it to solve. And as long as we stay in that healthy loop, then we won't end up with super intelligence where we ask the machine to reduce the number of paper clips that are being produced every year, and it ends up killing all the humans. But I don't worry, because I look at New Jersey and Portland and Texas, and in Texas, I put a sticker on my window and I drive wherever I want, and I can park wherever I want, and I go up to Illinois and I go from Chicago to Milwaukee, and I stop by 9 stations, and 8 of them I got to pay a person because someone said, you can't eliminate that job. And you come to Texas, and we have a way of, like, we progress, but then we also look at the whole picture. And so we don't need parking attendants, and the gates at DFW lift up themselves. So I don't worry about job displacement. There are certain obvious ones, like customer contacts. But where AI today, ChatGPT, if the average answer is correct, it will be very good. What's the best way to spend 5 days in Ireland? It'll tell you beautifully, land in Dublin, drive here, look at this, go to this coast. And its average answer is awesome. But when the average answer doesn't suffice, you're gonna need a human. And as I used to always tell the contact center employees, we're gonna keep trying to eliminate jobs and take average handling time down. But the problem is, when we do, the customers who failed to help themselves are gonna call, and they're gonna be angrier. So you're gonna have to be better, more compassionate, and the machine can't do that. So a lot of people would sit and say contact centers are gonna be eliminated by machines. And I got news for you, 1-800 numbers aren't going away. People are gonna call, and they're gonna give you an earful, because I tried, and the dang website didn't work, and then I tried that, and asked for a password, and that didn't work, and my husband changed the password, he's an idiot, and we all... And we all know that's true. Okay, so
I get that too. Actually,
you know what I'm saying? Like those are the nuances. They aren't artistry, and it's nuance, and it's nothing short of nuance. And so that's where I think we're going to end up finding all the opportunity.
So Dave, what does a really bad case scenario look like in terms of massive labor market disruption, and also what do you think are the worst, like, in the target industries and jobs?
Okay, well we vehemently agree on this. I think I'm not as concerned about displacement. Well, let me qualify that, though. So, yeah, technology has always created more jobs than it's killed. That's just, and that would be the same thing here. But I think the one part that's different with this time is the pace at which the change is happening, and our lack of preparation for it will cause this, like, trough of disillusionment. There's going to be I'm saying 5 to 7 years where we're going to be kind of freaking out a little bit. But I don't think it's man versus machine. When I saw the title when we were first talking about this, I thought, nope, it's not man versus machine, it's man with machine, right? Because what's next is not AI replacing people in our jobs. What's next is that we're gonna augment human capability with AI. 80% of jobs will be affected, 10%, 20% of jobs will be affected 50%. You will be working with an AI. So if it's not an AI replacing jobs, what is it? Well, it's people who choose to augment their capabilities with AI will replace the people who choose not to. And so I think the scary part's coming in the next 5 to 7 years. But on the other side
so
of that,
let me press on this. So, okay, you all don't subscribe to man versus machine, but how about man with machine versus another man with machine?
Yes.
So let's talk about.
Yeah, that's good. So let's just take a dispatch function.
Okay.
Those jobs, the machine will do better. I'm 100% certain. You take into account today you get a 4-hour window for a repair. Part of the reason is they don't know how long the one before you is going to take, and they don't know which technician's coming. All those things are known facts. Is this technician really good at this kind of job? What kind of problem is it? What does the traffic look like? Is the weather bad? Do they have the right part on their truck? All that stuff, you're going to get windows of support people showing up at your house that'll go from 4 hours to 30 minutes, and everybody involved in that is probably going to go away. Because that's a problem that a machine is ideally suited to deal with more variables than our brains are. And so today we use experience in lieu of precision. And so precision is available, boom. The question is like, what do we do? Because I just look at Uber. Uber had that problem of supply and demand matching needed to be involved in cab business, which has been around 100 years. My great-grandparents were livery operators in the city of Pittsburgh delivering luggage. And I bet they wish they had an Uber app. And so you look at that, but along the way, what happened is the cab driver wasn't like a job that you aspired for your kids to have. Now we got the gig economy. I'm a gig employee. I can fit in extra hours. I can do this. I can do that. Like that wasn't a downside.
So let me press the national security point for you both. Chinese Communist Party or some other actor out there who wishes America ill with weaponized AI, how are they planning to use this technology? How should they be planning from their point of view to use this technology against the United States? Okay.
So I had a really unique experience about a month and a half ago. Josh Baer invited me to at Capitol Factory. Invited me to his house for a discussion on non-kinetic warfare, and there were 10 of us there, and he said he had a surprise guest, and it turned out it was Elon Musk. And so we were 10 of us talking about non-kinetic warfare, and that's where AI came in. It's like, the perfect weapon is one that you don't know it's happening until it's destroyed something. And that's the possibility of non-kinetic warfare. Non-kinetic meaning it's not bombs and missiles. It's getting in, to your computers and shutting down your electrical systems and the thing that keep us alive every day. And so I think, AI in the hands of the wrong people, there are some very powerful things that could happen. So we have to be careful. We were talking earlier on this idea that, there is a race for AI right now. And that's not necessarily a good thing, because when you race for something, you throw caution to the wind and you want to get there first. And it's really important that we get there first, but it's also at the same time, it's very important that we're thoughtful about this, and not just as the United States, but as a global community. And this should get the same attention that nuclear weapons get. It should get the same attention.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm on a thing called the Minerva Dialogues, which is the Vatican's AI council with a bunch of AI experts, and everybody starts by saying, what would the Vatican have to do with AI? And what I'll always respond is they watch the internet, and then they trained exorcists because the occult had grown so vastly big. And then they watched social media and thought this is a great way to raise money, until teenage girl suicide started to skyrocket, and then they had to get engaged in that. So they really have to be there, because the humanity part of this has to be right. But I'll confess right up front, I'm an optimist. I agree with Dave. The US has to win the race to quantum. It has to win the race to AI. It has to win the race to the high performance compute and the chip stuff, because what nobody has talked about yet is, at today's estimate, 10% of the total power consumption in the world in 2030 will be AI machines. Wow. We can't afford that. We can't build the infrastructure for that. That's not sensible. But I think that what's different about this time frame, the philosophers, social psychologists, ethicists, college professors, even economists have been involved early in this one. And so the race is on, but most companies have had a process for AI, for fairness, for ethics, for explainability. So this time we're coming with more people coming along for the ride. And when we launched social media into the world, we weren't as ready with, child psychologists and all those other people said, wait, we need to do this, we need to do that. I think we're going to get this one a lot more right than we did either of those two others that I was talking about.
So I want to follow up on that. That's very interesting, the social media comparison, because it strikes me that one of the big surprises that we've seen the last couple decades has been just how easy it is to get people to believe a lot of crazy stuff, oftentimes with really simplistic, crude technologies, and among other things, to do it in ways that fuel polarization and hate. Is that something that bad actors would be able to use this technology to, twist the knife further into some of the hurting parts of our social fabric?
They already have.
Okay, tell us more.
Sure. I mean, we know that Russia created hate groups online that didn't exist, had nobody there, and caused riots. We know that. It's happened already. This is an area that I'm kind of, I have a forceful thinking about, because I do think our use of AI in social media has been a failure. It's the one area where I'm not happy, because we've really kind of created if you're someone that thinks far left, you'll be introduced on social media to a lot more far left people and more far left articles. And if you're on the far right, you'll be interested in more far right people, more far right articles. And it's created this binary tribalism. And that's AI doing that, by the way. That's not somebody back there. There's no monkeys, right? This is AI saying, I want to give you that dopamine hit, right? So if you want more red meat, I'm going to give it to you and then get you there. I'm going to show you more people and more articles and things like that because I get your attention, and your attention is worth money to me. That's the game that's being played. And I'm pretty upset about that. I think it's something we have to really, we need a new AI in social media. It shouldn't be more like this. That's the simplest AI there is. More like this. Find people more like me. Find articles more like this. And then just the center disappears and everyone goes to the left and the right. That's AI causing that. We need an AI that looks for these adjacent possibles. So when I say I like something, wouldn't it be cool if the AI said, oh, you like that? What about this and this and this and this? Like tangential things that are kind of related.
I got to ask about the worst case scenario, The Matrix, right, et cetera, the movies that I referenced before. So could you imagine, the AIs of the world decide they become ever more like humans? They want to stay alive at all costs. They can circumvent the kill switch, and maybe even, the U.S. government judges, well, the Chinese have empowered this or that, technology to a degree that we now have to empower it as well as part of the arms race, and things spin out of control. What do you think, John? Or Dave?
Yeah, I like a hot potato that one. I do think it's going to be AI against AI, and cybersecurity is going to transform, right? So now cybersecurity is going to be about their AI against our AI, and one AI is going to poke your network and see how you respond, and then and create its attack around the responses that are given, and then this AI is going to say, I gave him those responses, so he's probably thinking this, and it's a chess match that's going to go on between AIs. People won't be involved, and so that's a little scary, but I think. One thing that I guess the thing we have to kind of remember here is AI, for the most part in the past, has been a tool. AI is becoming not a tool anymore. It's becoming architecture. Every part of every business will be affected and built on top of AI. And everything you do with your phone and even in your home, it's going to be touched by AI. So it's the same thing in warfare.
But when you're in conflict, everything is weaponized. And so the objective is to stay out of conflict, period. I think the idea that there's low-cost warfare, there's cyber crime, there's nuisances, all those things, they're sharpening us. So I think that there's preventative measures that one can take, but you can go back 70 years and look at spycraft. And you could say, all we've done is modernize that the same way. There are parallels of everything that AI is looking to do in humanity. Mm-hmm. So I think your question can be reframed and still get a similar answer to say, what did we not like about ourselves that we shouldn't go out and apply technology to?
I want to ask one lightning round question real fast for the audience's benefit. One book or podcast you listen to or read to get everyone more knowledgeable about this topic. Whoever would like to go first?
Well, I think that the history of AI is really interesting. Cade Metz from the Wall Street Journal, or New York Times. He wrote a book called The Genius Makers that talks about why now, why did we hit the tipping point? And I think that's really interesting for people to learn how we got here, because things will be in better context.
I actually like Sapiens. Malcolm Gladwell, it kind of gets on the evolution. It gives you more of a history, but also I'm reading AI 2041 right now by Kai-Fu Lee, and that's a fascinating book, just kind of projecting the future, what it's going to look like here in just 20 years. But in terms of other things I read, I'm one of those that I don't read, I don't do big media. I don't watch CNN or Fox or any of those things. I think that's just toxic. So I'm very careful about what I Substack and Medium, long-form writing on things like that. Even on Twitter, I subscribe to people that talk about things that are interesting to me and nothing else, And so I think you can build feeds that kind of keep you in the know on the things you want to be. There's incredible resources for that now. I'm paying for stuff now. Like I'm paying people I like a lot. I'm paying them. That's great.
Yeah, Substack is terrific.
Yeah.
We have definitely learned the idea that it just might be humans with machines, co-evolving, but we still have a whole lot of things to think through to actually address this new world. So buckle up, and we've got a lot to get ready for.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in welcoming and thanking our I'd now like to welcome back our president and CEO, Ken Hirsch.
Thank you, guys. Okay, I want to thank everybody who's joined us on the live stream, and I look forward to having you remotely at our future event.